Shabbat shalom, Mark.
Shabbat shalom, June, July, and August.
That's right. Just call me by anything. I'll answer.
Well, you probably know my three sisters, don't you?
No.
Yes, you do. April, May, and June. You know
Well,
them.
yeah.
Last
But
name.
9 out of 10 times people call me Jan or Jen, you know. So, well.
Pamela's sister's name's June, actually.
Oh, is that right? Oh, that's sweet.
We call my son Junior.
Oh, there you go.
That counts.
That counts. It counts. Hey, Brother Chris. Nice to see you again. Hey, Rob.
Good morning. Shalom, everyone.
Shalom. How y'all doing?
Shalom. We're doing great. Thank you.
That's good.
Very blessed to be here.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Started reading your book.
Oh, you back on the book?
Yeah, I hope that's not like a reflection of you, is it? Because that girl has some problems, man.
He's a dingy blonde.
Yeah.
But anyway, it just goes to show how she moves from the earthly views to the views of Yahuwah. So in the end, yeah, quite a change comes over her.
I haven't got that far yet. She's still dingy right now.
Oh, well, she's gonna be dingy for a while, but that's the fun. She's gonna be dingy up till about chapter 24. Then she wakes up.
Oh, good.
And I don't know, she may have a little bit of herself in me. So you know what they say when you author a book, some of your characters end up being a little bit like you anyway.
So I was thinking.
That's right. So that's right. Hey, Sister Phyllis.
Hey. Hello. I'm so happy to be here and see all of you. Hi, Roz and June.
How you doing?
Hey.
Sandra and Chris. And Chance, I know he's in there.
Yes, he is somewhere. You look beautiful in your red.
Oh, thank you,
I
dear.
felt like wearing red today, but most of my red things are summer things. And
oh, yeah.
Joe, I said, well, I guess I have to go with pink because I definitely am not going to do black or gray because most of my winter wardrobe's black and gray or navy blue.
Well, pink very well becomes you and your hair. It makes your hair just really stand out beautifully.
Oh, thank
you
you.
have the most beautiful hair.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's just a gift from Yahusha. and I just condition it like crazy, you know. So anyway, just use your condition packs. Just put everything on it. Anything. Just anything to keep it from breaking off. But yours is getting longer. And
yes.
Before too long, you're going to have it down there below your shoulders. And yeah, that's great. I put some layers in mine a couple weeks ago.
Well, the stuff you see sticking out, that's where the layers are. I'm waiting for them to grow out.
Yeah. You just have to keep kind of trimming it off the back till it all catches up. But layers, layers can work for you. So yeah, you might want to just keep blending them as you go. There's Mr. Joe.
Hello.
Oh, I'm assuming that is Amber. Thank you, Amber. I don't know if you finished it yet or not, so I don't know if that. I guess that's a good review.
What's happening?
Just waking up so far. Got the chickens fed. That's a good start.
Well, that's a good start.
Yeah, I got her fed, so we're doing all right.
They're all happy out there. It's a beautiful day.
I would like to have some chickens, but and I would like to have a goat, but I have nowhere to put a goat.
What kind of goats would you like?
I don't know, any kind of goat.
Well, there's two different kinds. There's meat goats and there's milk goats. And I used to raise both.
Oh, well.
The brown and white goats, the boars, those are meat goats, and they get really big and fat, and they're really good meat. And
Wow.
then you have like the alpine goats or the Nubians that are milk goats, and the milk is fantastic. I used to breed especially for sweet milk, and the alpines and the Nubians, the milk is better than cow's milk.
Wow.
It
Oh.
really is.
Wow.
It's wonderful.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I would like goat milk. I've never tried it, but I don't drink milk. I'm not a milk drinker. I just don't drink milk, and I don't do a lot of cheese either. So just because I'm just not a fan of it, you know. So.
Yeah, the boar goats, you really can't drink the milk. It's very bitter. For the meat goats, it's real bitter, and they're ornery. The meat goats are ornery.
Oh, wow.
I had a meat goat. Her name was Daisy. And she was like the head of my herd. And she was so ornery. She was one of my coolest goats, but she was so ornery. She used to try to break through the fence and push me around. I had many fights with her. She had her head stuck through the fence one day, and I went out there and I'm trying to push her back through the fence, and she got mad and started pushing back at me. And all of a sudden I turned, and the meniscal in my knee went pop really loud, and I couldn't even hardly move. And I reached over, I grabbed a 2x4 that was laying on the ground, and I started smacking her on the head with that 2x4, and it don't hurt him. It don't hurt because she had big old horns. I'm smacking her on the head with that 2x4, and she gets out, pulls her head back out, and she's dancing around in the pasture, dancing around like ha 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 ha. I couldn't even walk.
My goodness. I don't know. You've about talked me out of a goat.
Well, like I said, the dairy goats aren't like that. But you got to be careful with the Nubians and the Alpines because they like to climb.
Oh,
So if they can get out of the area, they'll get up on your car. They like to climb.
oh my
Goats are
goodness.
interesting. Sheep are a lot easier than goats.
Well, yeah, maybe we
But
should.
I think goats are adorable.
They are, aren't
I
they?
watch them on YouTube. I love to watch
They're
animals
not
on YouTube.
boring, that's for sure.
They are adorable. I love them.
They're very personable. Once your goats get to know you, they're very personable. They'll come over to you and they'll mess with you. Like I said, Daisy used to buck me around with her horns. Not hard, just messing with me. They're ornery. But so am I.
My sister wants to get a baby donkey, a miniature donkey. And I was reading where you have to have two of them. And you
Yes.
can't keep them with anything else.
Be careful
Really?
with donkeys. Jacks are really cool. I love jack donkeys. But
Yeah.
when you get a Jenny in there, Jennies can be really mean. I almost got stomped by a Jenny one time because they don't like dogs. And my son's dog was in there with me. And that Jenny got ornery and she started rearing up and she was going to kill us both, me and the dog. Because Jennies are just kind of nasty. Jacks are mellow. Jacks are like, yeah, okay, cool. But Jennies can give you nasty.
Mm.
I've had
Well,
all
they-
kinds of animals.
Yeah. Well, they say that you can't have them with anything, like goats, or you can't have them with lambs or cattle or anything, that they'll mess around with everything.
I've never seen a problem with the cattle, but I wouldn't have them with goats or sheep.
Mm-hmm.
Cattle, yeah. Cattle are big walking rocks.
Mm.
Before I started observing Torah, I raised pigs. And pigs are, yeah, they're something else. And people, when they come to buy them, are dumb as rocks. They don't know how to handle them. They end up injuring them. It's a mess. It's a real mess because pigs are real powerful. So if you don't know what you're doing with them, they'll walk right over you. They don't care. And people don't know what they're doing. They'd come over to butcher a pig and they would just be complete. I'd tell them, I'll take care of it for you. Oh, no, I'm going to do it myself. And I would just shake my head. I would know that that was going to be a mess right there.
Some people just don't want to listen.
No, they won't listen. They won't listen. And then the animal suffers, and that breaks my heart. That really bothers me.
Those the Vietnamese potbelly pigs start out little, and then as you feed them more, then they keep on growing. The reason they're little is really basically because they're starved. And when I was involved with the zoo, it was said that the pigs would, get on top of people, wake them up by being on top of them. And I don't know if that was a threatening thing or if I think that was what it was. The implication was that they were threatening the person or showing their dominance over the person.
My experience is that if a pig is going to intimidate you, they're going to try to kill you. Flat out. When the baby pigs would be born, when the piglets would be born, I would try to give them a little bit of, they got these vitamins that you can give them to help them in their first couple of days. And I would try to give them the vitamins. It's just a paste that you squirt in their mouth. And them sows would go crazy and they would try to kill me because the piglets would start screaming. Pigs are not easy to take care
I
of.
need to
They
get
can be
that
very dangerous.
Mhm.
They can eat a man in 8 minutes.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yep, a hog can eat a man in 8 minutes. How do you think they got rid of bodies in the Old West?
Takes
Joe said, "What about a woman?"
takes 8 minutes for a man. How long does it take?
They're ornery.
Now that's
Well,
cute.
that's a pygmy goat.
You talking about me, man?
There you go, Phyllis. There's our little goat.
That's a little pygmy.
He's adorable.
Sure is.
I never raised pygmy goats. I had full-size goats.
Maybe that's what you need, June, a little pygmy.
I don't think he would go on vacations very well unless he liked to fish. I don't know how that'd work out.
The more time that you spend with them, the more domesticated they are. There are people around here that have pack goats that put packs on them and lead ropes and take them up in the mountains and use them for like mules. They're awesome. They do really good. I don't know about the pygmies, but full-size goats, yeah.
I had a goat looked just like this one, identical. And
That's a neat-looking pygmy.
every time somebody would come over to visit, and they'd get out of their car, he'd run over there and start butting them. It was his home, and he would chase them back into their car, and they'd leave.
Oh, he was ornery.
And so I could never have anybody come visit, and finally I had to get rid of him. I just gave him away to a couple, him and the female. But they would get up into the rafters of my garage, way up in them rafters, climb around up there and try to eat the electric wires and
Anything
all
they can get.
my guests acting nutty. And the male, when he went into season or whatever, rut, he would stink like you would not.
Oh,
believe.
yeah. Oh, yeah. The musk is
And,
intense.
musk was like it would choke
Yeah, it sure is.
so bad. So yeah, I got rid of them.
None of my goats were ever really mean. Now, if my geese were loose, that's a different story because my geese are flat out ornery. Father Goose, I would fight with him every single year. He would come after me. I'd been bit by him. He would attack me. Geese are really ornery. My father goose just died a few days ago. Mother goose is out there all by herself. They live a long time. Father goose was like 11 years old.
Well, I think we're going to get started. Got 25 people, might as well. I want to go ahead and get started because I think we got a chance of finishing Leviticus today. Although chapter 23 is going to be long. So hang on a minute. I'll be right back and we'll get started. Phil said he'll be late, but he'll be here.
Sister June, I'm anxious about this book. I'm so excited. I got it coming. Shabbat Shalom. And my daughter's hopping around. She's like, Torah for me?
Did you order the one for little ones? Yeah.
That one. But I don't know. It said it's going to arrive today, and I ordered it last week, and it still ain't even shipped. I don't know what's the deal with it.
Yeah, I don't know
Amazon's like hung up.
They have to print it before they can ship it. They just didn't have any printed up.
Yeah.
We're used to dealing with Amazon. They print our books too.
Yeah. So we got the older kids in this week, and this is just beautiful. I looked through this and I said, I know I did not do this book. Yahuwah put this book in me. I'm just so tickled. So this is the one for for the older kids, like 3rd, 4th grade. And it's just, I even read through it and I was just amazed. I said, oh, Yahuwah, you did this. I did not do this.
What's the title of that one? And Yahuwah said? Okay.
Yeah. And Yahuwah said, yeah. So I had asked Joe when I was trying to find the title, I said, I don't know what to put as the title on this book 1. And then I got to looking at all the scriptures that I had used to write the stories, and they all started with "and Yahuwah said," and I said, "That's it." So I was so tickled about that.
I'll probably be ordering one of those too.
Yeah, I think they'll enjoy that too. I really do. Even if they're younger, I really think just reading those to them, because you're gonna get their introductions to their Hebrew words. So that's good.
All right, let's get started, you guys. We got we're on Leviticus 23. It's going to be a long one, and after that, though, it should go pretty smooth. So Leviticus 23. Pretty much, this is the chapter of Leviticus. As far as I'm concerned, it outlines the 7 appointed times of Yahuwah. And it's an annual calendar observances that most of them are set apart convocations, if you will, and I think most of us know about these, and there's a lot of disagreement with some of them and what we should do and what we shouldn't do, stuff like that. And we're going to try not to get into quarreling over this today. And these are rooted in agricultural cycles, and because that was a large occupation in Israel, with shepherding of goats and sheep, and believe it or not, Israel's number one occupation was seafaring, sailors sailing on the sea, especially during King Solomon's mine era. And most of these, though, are based on agricultural harvest time, stuff like that. So it relates to a good chunk of of the population of Israel, and Yahuwah likes to speak through different occupations in order to get everyone to understand what he's saying through their occupation. It's like anything, any other occupation. If you know the lingo, they know that you know what you're talking about, and you'll get better service out of them, and they'll pay more attention to you. Immediately, a professional in his occupation knows whether or not you know anything about what he's doing or not, immediately, by the way you talk. And that's why Yahuwah uses different occupations to communicate with different people. Okay. So we'll go ahead and get started, man. So anybody know what a mikra is in Hebrew? What's mikra? Maybe I should ask what is a convocation first. What's that? What's convocation? Phyllis.
Well, I believe a mikra is a collection of people or a gathering, a get together. And I guess convocation would be close to that.
Yeah, they're similar. Yeah, so a mikra is to call or to meet, to read in public, rehearse or symbol to read in public. A convocation is a large formal assembly of people. Okay, so they're very similar. A mikra would be more of the action of calling people together for a public assembly for reading, whereas a convocation would be more of a large formal assembly of people type thing. Okay, mikra, convocation. How about mo'adim? What is that? Phyllis?
Set apart days.
Yeah. So what's a kadesh mikra? What's that mean? Anybody?
A set apart gathering.
A set apart gathering?
Say the word again. I didn't quite hear it.
Mikra?
think it's set apart, called together. It's set apart, calling together for the appointed time. The Moedim is appointed time.
Okay, so the Hebrew word mikra means that we just said, what we were just talking about, calling or convocation, a reading, public reading, same thing. So basically, it's a text that's meant to be read out loud. It can also mean proclaimed. It can also be a study in the assembly, but it's more of a to call. It means, Korah means to call. Okay, so mikra is more of a reading, a calling, convocation type thing. A text that's meant to be read out loud to the assembly. Okay. And so what is my mo'adim mean then? We have the Kadesh Mikra, set apart, calling, right? Or convocation, set apart to Yahuwah, of course. And then what is my Moedim? What does that mean? June?
Appointed times?
Yeah, appointed times. Okay. All right. So with that said, let's go ahead and get started. Who wants to start us off here? We're going to take these one by one as we go through them. Amazingly, at least to me, it's amazing that it starts off with the weekly Sabbath. Okay. So who wants to start us off here in this reading? Jean, go ahead. Hi, Talita.
Hey, delete that.
Hi, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat shalom. And Yahuwah spoke to Musa, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, The appointed times of Yahuwah, which you are to proclaim as Kodesh Mikra, my Moedim, are these. 6 yeomen, work is done. But the 7th yom is a Shabbat of rest, a Kodesh Mikra. You do no work. It is a Shabbat to Yahuwah in all your dwellings.
Okay, stop. Okay. So so obviously this is talking about the weekly Sabbath, the Yahuwah's day of rest. Is it an appointed time? It is? How many are there? Are there just 7 or are there more than 7? Roz?
Every Shabbat, it's not a high Shabbat, but it's a gathering. It's a feast to the Father. But the others are high Shabbats. That's how I've.
Is it an appointed time?
Yeah, because we have to do it every week. It's an appointed occasion.
Okay, so there's more than 7?
Yeah. There's 52 weeks in a year. So there would be at least 52.
No, I'm saying it's more than 7 appointed times.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Got any thoughts on that? Okay. So, yes, there are more than 7. There's 7 main appointed times, but there's a lot more appointed times. What would be another appointed time? The birth of the Messiah was an appointed time. There's a lot of appointed times. How about the day of Yahuwah? Is that an appointed time? Yes, it is. Okay. Are we following along here? All right. So, the appointed times of Yahuwah, which you are to proclaim as Kadesh Mikra, my Moedim, so set apart, convocation. My appointed times are these. All right? So 6 days work is done, but the 7th day is a Shabbat, a Kadesh set apart, Mikra, convocation. What does that mean? Oh, didn't that mean a gathering? A call together to assembly? Oh, you mean that's what we're supposed to do on Yom Shabbat? Oh, I thought we were supposed to hide under the covers and shake like a leaf until the day's over. Scared to death to do anything. We might violate it. Well, that's interesting. So 6 days work's done. 7th day is a Shabbat, Kadesh Mikra. You do no work, it's a Shabbat to Yahuwah in all your dwellings. What does that mean? In all your dwellings. What's that mean? What is a dwelling? In all your dwellings. What does that mean? Does that mean households? Is that what that means? You think? How about spiritually? What would it mean? Chance?
Your body.
Your body. So therefore, then, wherever your body is where your dwelling place is it not? Well, why would it be just in your house? What if you were stuck out in the woods and you're living in a cave somewhere? Maybe you're break down and you're in your car. What if you're at your grandparents' house who are Christians? Would any of those be your dwelling place? Or do we have to stay at our home? Make sure we're at home on the Sabbath. Shut all the doors, lock the windows, pull the blinds, turn off all the lights, hide in bed, freeze to death. Is that what we're supposed to do? What does it mean? Do no work. It's a Shabbat to Yahuwah in all your dwellings. What does that mean? I thought it was, didn't it just say it was a Kadesh Mikra? Didn't it just say Kadesh Mikra? So what does it mean to you in all your dwelling then? Is that a contradiction? What's going on? Somebody explain this. I'm really confused. Go ahead, Chris.
According to the way I understand it, it is wherever you're at. You're just not supposed to be traveling on that day. So wherever you're at, that's where your place is. According to the way I understand it.
Did Yahuwah travel on the Shabbat? Did Paul travel on the Shabbat? Yeah. Did the priest travel on Shabbat? Did the high priest travel on the Shabbat? Yeah, they did. I can show them to you if you want to see them. So, yeah, there's nothing that says you can't travel. That's ridiculous. That's adding. We don't want.
Well, it sounds like legalism is what it sounds like.
It is legalism. But is legalism bad or is it good?
Depends. What's your definition of work?
I'm the one asking questions here.
I'm sorry. It was just a question that rolled through my head.
Oh, by the way, generally, if we want to speak, we raise our hand.
I'm sorry.
Just to be polite. You know, it just kind of stops quarreling, that's all. Does anybody want to answer that? Go ahead, Ross.
We could be by ourselves, but we would still have Yahuwah with us, so there would still be us and Yahuwah.
That's a good point. So what's the difference between Kadesh Mikra and in all your dwellings? Because it seems to be the opposite. Is it? Or are we missing something? What are we missing here? Somebody filled the gap. Well, tell me what a Kadesh Mikra is. Somebody, again. Well, Kadesh is set apart. So what's Mikra? It means reading, calling, convocation. Used to refer to the Hebrew Tanakh as the text meant to be read out loud, proclaimed out loud. And studied not in your dwelling place, but in the assembly or the public, in the earshot of people. So what does it mean then? Shabbat to Yahuwah in all your dwellings. Roz, go ahead.
Well, with what you just said, we could go out on the street corners and proclaim his name, and that would be a Kadesh Mikra because we'd be gathering people.
In your dwelling? Would you be
My
in your
dwelling would be my body, and that would be, a Kadesh Mikra.
That's what I'm getting out of it. All right. So here again, we have the physical or the literal meaning and the spiritual meaning, don't we? Which is most cases in Scripture. Is what we find. So you do no work. It is a Shabbat to Yahuwah in all your dwelling. Okay, so it can mean in everybody's family, all household. When your family's your house, so it'd be like the house of Mark, right? The house of Jacob, right? The house of June, whatever, Joe. It could mean that. It can mean that. Spiritually, could be our bodies, but Shabbat to Yahuwah in all your dwellings. So it could be anywhere you're at the time, because you're dwelling there. You're there. It's maybe not a permanent dwelling place, but it's definitely temporal. And so let's back it back up to a Kadesh Mikra. You do no work. What does that mean? You do no work. What does that mean? Roz?
Housework, yard work, but we could work for the Father Yahuwah. That wouldn't be work. That's how I see it.
Say that again.
You can't do work like in the yard or the house or, like going to work and punching the clock. But you can work for the Father Yahuwah,
Okay.
Share his name, because that's really not work. That's just
I
joy.
work. Am I working? Somebody tell me, am I working? Because I don't want to be violating the Shabbat if I'm working. Wait a minute. Let me get my hair. Where's my brush? Am I working if I comb my hair? How about if I straighten up my beard? Am I working? What if I turn off this light up here? Let me see. Now you tell me. I'm turning this light off here. Am I working? Somebody tell me, because I don't want to be breaking Shabbat if this is against Shabbat. If I'm working by pushing that button, turning that light on, am I starting a fire? Well, I'll go to hell doing this. Somebody's help me here. I don't want to go to hell. Identify work somebody before I go to hell. Go ahead, Chris.
Well, as long as you're not making any money for what you're doing, that's servile labor. But the way I look at it is, if I'm doing something on the Sabbath and it makes me go, ugh, then that's work. If I'm at peace with whatever I'm doing, like I'm out feeding chickens or whatever, I'm at peace with what I'm doing. But if I go, ugh, then that's it.
Okay. You don't even want to know what came into my mind when you said that. Anybody else? Got any thoughts or comments on this? Okay, look. Work, you do not work, okay? How can you serve somebody, if you don't work? So servile work is serving. That's what servile work is. This says you do no work. So to me, that would include servile work, and it would include work as in your job. You can't go out and earn money. And so then reciprocating from that, then there would be no buying and selling, okay? Because you can't earn a living, and so you can't spend money, because if you do, you're causing other people to work. So we don't want to be doing that either, right? And so no work, period. No buying and selling, period. Okay. Now, other than that, bending down and picking something up off the floor is not work. Okay. Walking out to I'll go as far as saying this: feeding your chickens, that's not work. Cutting your grass, that's not really work, unless you're getting paid for it. Combing your wife's hair, that's not work, unless she's paying you to do it. Massaging your husband's shoulders, that's not work, unless he's paying you to do it. See what I'm saying? So we get too caught up into this do not work thing. So there has to be some boundaries set, some visual boundaries set that we can understand. Because if not, we're all over the map. Everything becomes blurred, and we don't know what we're doing, talking about, or even telling somebody else what they can do and not do. If we don't have those boundaries set on what it really means. Fellas, go ahead.
If I cook and clean house and clean dishes and do the laundry 6 days a week, the seventh day, that is considered work. I'm not doing it.
To you, it is work, because you just said it was. So you're right. To you, it is work, so don't do it. To somebody who doesn't think that's work, then it's not. Unless they're getting paid. If your husband's going to pay you to work to clean the house, then don't do it. If you get an allowance for it, some people do. Believe it or not, some husbands give their wife an allowance for doing housework, cleaning the house, doing the laundry, cooking food. And if that's your case, then don't do it. And so, freedom of Torah comes into play here as well, as we can just see the example Phyllis just gave us. Go ahead, Chance.
Abba Yahuwah made it real simple on me. It's about separating from your own desires. Stop doing what you do in your flesh and come and do my desire and rest with me, my son. Come to me. Quit doing what you want to do. Rest from your fleshy life. All the endless distractions in this world, separate from that and come be with me, my son. Come and get on my time. That's what it's for me. You know what I mean?
That's a real good point. And that's where I was just going to go to. What this day is set apart for, okay, is to spend time with Yahuwah. So he's making sure that we have at least one day out of our busy work schedule to stop what we're doing in our life for personal gain and have a convocation with him and his people. Everybody together with him. Assemble. Make the day about Yahuwah. That's what this is all about, man. It's what it's all about. It's what Yahushua was talking about. The day was made, the Shabbat was made for man, not man for the Shabbat. And he said it's good to do, it's okay to do good on the Sabbath. He made it his, every Shabbat, Yahushua would go to the congregation, wherever it was at, the synagogue, wherever, and he would read out of scripture and study scripture, people, and heal people. And he'd walk to get there. I mean, we got to wake up with this, man. Okay? To me, the religious sects have spooked us. And they've got us scared to death on what we should do and shouldn't do. It's really common sense. And if we really, Chance brought up probably the main point to this, and that is this day was made so that we could celebrate creation with Yahuwah, spend the day with Yahuwah, make the day a delight, and make it all about Yahuwah. Not us. Yahuwah. Not us. It ain't about, am I wearing leather shoes or Remember, take that leather shoe off. I might be breaking the Sabbath. Come on, man. Man makes it about himself and not about Yahuwah. That's ridiculous. If you, just say you're a woman and you do knitting and you make things, pretty things, necklaces or whatever, and you sell them, at some point you will sell them, then you shouldn't do that on the Sabbath because it's a source of income for you. It doesn't matter if you're going to sell it that day, but you're going to sell it maybe 2 weeks, a month, 6 months later. I wouldn't do it. But if you're just doing it for entertainment because you like it to do things, some type of arts or craft, I don't see why you can't do that on Sabbath. Well, if you're not selling them. And the same with men. If you got something you do is fun and you don't sell it, I don't see why not doing that on Sabbath is bad. But here's the whole thing of all that. So you're doing that, or you're cutting your grass, or you're combing your wife's hair, or shampooing her hair, whatever. Okay, cooking a nice meal, whatever. Okay, and it's distracting you from making that day about Yahuwah, then you're off base. You're way off base. You need to come back into why did Yahuwah make the Sabbath? He made it for man so that man could have one day out of his busy schedule to spend with Yahuwah. Spend with your father. You remember back in the day, some of you younger people, you might not remember, but back when I was young, every weekend, we'd all go to grandma's house. And we'd all go visit grandma's house, and all us cousins would be outside, and we'd be playing together. We'd have a family gathering every weekend. Every weekend we did that. You don't see that going on nowadays, man. This is the same thing. Yahuwah wants a family gathering, a convocation every week at his house. All of you come. Meet with me every week. Come home and spend time at your father's house. That's what this is all about, man. Can't make it anything else. So doing no work, Kadesh Mekram, all this rest is also that we can spend the day with Yahuwah. This is why he's doing that. I mean, he's got to be strict because humanity is just so rebellious, it ain't even funny. Like the example of the manna, right? He told him, don't come out of your house. I'm going to train you how to keep the Shabbat. Don't come out of your house. You guys are coming out looking for manna on the Sabbath. I told you not to do it, so y'all are grounded. Stay in your house. You're not allowed out until I tell you you can't come out. Just stay in there. But as a form of punishment, training purposes, they were grounded. So this is the same thing. I mean, don't do any work, don't do nothing, don't, just convocate. Get together, proclaim my greatness, praise me, worship me together as an assembly once a week. Come to home, come to my house and spend the day with me. Don't go hiding under your bed. Come spend the day with me. Go ahead, Chance.
It's something that hit me pretty hard is it's hard to hear the voice of Yahuwah when you got all this nonsense talk around you, fleshy stuff going on around you. It's really hard to hear Ab Yahuwah and to getting on his time and to loosen whatever we might, our walks might be getting a little unclean, and the Shabbat will help you refocus and get back on your walk with him. And it loosens the cords of wrongness. If your feet are getting a little dirty, you're refreshing. You're coming back to Yahuwah. You're coming back to his way. So that's a refreshing thing for me every week.
Right. Yeah, it helps in a lot of ways for sure. Yeah, it gives us a refresher. Yeah, but the Natsarim are scattered around all over, right? Because we're a remnant. So we're placed in the area by Yahuwah, and he says, reign over your kingdom. Okay. So we're all in charge of our own little areas, like it's our own little kingdoms. Okay. So it's really, really super difficult for us to get together in a public meeting and proclaim the words of Yahuwah, right? But see what we're doing right now? This is the second best thing, isn't it? So are we being obedient by doing what we're doing right now? Or is this work? I mean, after all, we all started up our computers. We turned on our lights. We came into the room, started up our computers. So what are we doing, man? Are we being obedient or disobedient? Look at Roz. Look at Oz over there. He's picking something up and walking around. Is he working? Is he being disobedient over there? What's he picking up, man? Look at that. Well, look what he's doing. Oh, that looks like work to me, straightening up. Come on, man. Are we not being obedient by assembling every Shabbat? Chance?
Man, that's powerful stuff where two or more are gathered there Yahusha is. We're in the body right now. We're on Yahusha's with us in our midst right now. He's flowing through all of us in Ruah. Here he is. We are in the body right now. We're doing something very special right now, coming together and doing this. So
yeah, and that very special thing has a word. Anybody know what that word is? Obedience. We're being obedient to the scriptures, man. It's what he says to do. Have a Kadesh Mikra. Don't do your occupation work. Don't work for money. Don't do any tasks for money. Don't take any money from anybody. No buying and selling. And make the day all about Yahuwah. And I will say, I'll go way out on a limb and say, you're being obedient. I don't care what what we call them last night, the false Israel says. Go ahead, Brother Chris.
Thus, the guy that was stoned to death for picking up sticks, because that was his job, to go and gather firewood for the camp.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's exactly what he was doing. He was a woodcutter, and he was out doing his weekly job, collecting sticks, even though he wasn't going to sell them that day. He was going to sell them eventually. And so he shouldn't have been doing that. Now, if that wasn't his job, he was just going out to get some sticks to stoke a fire up to get warm. I don't know what time of year it was. Let me see. What time of year would that have been? I don't know. I don't think he would have been stoned to death for that. Yeah, there had to be a really good reason for Yahuwah to say stone him to death. What reason would that be? To be stoned to death, to be killed, murdered, stoned to death, executed. What? What can we do so bad that we deserve to be stoned to death? Carries the death sentence. Chris?
I wouldn't call it murder. I would call it keeping the camp clear of sin, making an example to the people so that if you see this example, you're less apt to do it. It's keeping the sin out of the camp.
Yeah, but why? What could we do, or what they could do that was so horrible that Yahuwah would say, stone them to death? That's what I'm asking you. Picking up a stick? I don't see my Yahuwah stoning somebody to death for picking up a stick. I'm sorry about that. I think I know him a little bit better than that. So why? What would cause it? Ross?
Well, what just came to me was he gonna build a fire for something else, to worship something else other than the Father.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have known that. And scripture doesn't even tell us why they stoned him to death. Really. And it doesn't even say he was going to start a fire at all. It doesn't say that at all. It just says he was picking up a stick and they stoned him to death. It had to be because it was his occupation. He was a woodcutter. Okay. But what I'm saying is, what crime can we commit, or they commit, that would be justified with death, with the death penalty? What? Picking up a stick? Give me a break. Chris?
Intentional sin. It's not a mistake. He did it on purpose, intentionally.
What crime? What was the intentional crime for the death penalty? Somebody?
Was it disobedience?
To what?
He said, do no work. So disobeying his word. He commanded us not to disobey.
Right. He was executed because he disobeyed the law of the Shabbat, not to work, not to do your job, not to do your weekly job for getting paid. What I'm saying is, what was the violation, or what crime can we commit would justify the death penalty? Breaking any of the 10 commandments, any of them, carries the death penalty. Every single one of them carries the death penalty. Every single one of them you can be killed for. Other than that, there's some other ones, but most all of them fall under one of those 10. Some of them require compensation, some of them restitution on top of it, the compensation. Some of them, you have to die because you killed someone. You have to die because you killed them. So now you have to die. That's murder. All right. So the 10 commandments all carry the death penalty. Picking up a stick isn't one of them. We need to understand that, because that's a huge, huge false teaching that's floating around out there. And it's very aggravating, at least for me. So don't be afraid to move about. Your main focus of the Shabbat is to spend the day with Yahuwah, to honor Yahuwah with that day. Go home, spend the day with your dad, with your family and your father. That's what it's all about, man. That's the only reason for that day, really. It's not so you can be lazy and lay around on your backside for the whole day. That ain't why Yahuwah made the Shabbat. There's a deeper reason. So we have to focus, man. We have to set them boundaries, Natsarim. We are the true seekers and the true speakers. If we don't set the boundaries correctly, who is? Who's going to do it? We can't trust everybody out there running around teaching all kinds of crazy things and telling us what we're supposed to do and can't do in the Shabbat. They don't even know what they're talking about half the time with the other stuff. I know I'm not listening to them. I'm going to wear my leather boots regardless whether they like it or not. And I'm going to open up my refrigerator and let the light come on whether they like it or not. I'm going to go jump in my car and go up there and get a gallon of milk. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that, am I? Ooh, see, I almost sinned. You cannot buy and sell. And see, that's why Yahuwah says, remember Yom Shabbat, because it's very easy to forget it. If you leave and you go to do something to help somebody, right? And then you come back home. In that process of doing good, okay, you can forget it's the Shabbat. It's very simple to do. And so all of a sudden you pull in and you start filling up your gas tank, right? And you fill that up, jump in your car, you start driving home, you go, oh, what the man, it's the Shabbat. Would I just do that? I forgot. So when you do, if you do leave and go somewhere, you better remember it's the Shabbat, because I'm telling you, once you get out there in the world, it's easy to forget. Access to computers, same thing. People get on there, they'll start going around the computer, and next thing you know, they're on eBay or somewhere, and they see something they like, and boom, they hit that buy button, and they walk away. About 10 minutes later, a ton of bricks hits them, falls on them, right? Oh, what did I do? I shouldn't have bought that. It's the Shabbat. It's easy to do. It's the only command that says remember. It's the only one. Remember. And guess what else it is? It's the longest one. It has the most words. Why? To tell you exactly what you have to do on the Shabbat. Now, you guys, who wants to read that? Somebody go there and read that for me. I don't care where you read it. Go to Exodus or Deuteronomy, either one, and read the 10 Commandments. Somebody, go ahead, Sandra, you do it. Exodus 20.
I'm reading from Shemot. From Shemot 20, which is Exodus 20. You just want me to read that specific one or the entire?
No, you read the Shabbat.
The Shabbat. Okay.
It starts in verse 8.
Remember the Yom Shabbat. Remember the Yom Shabbat. Yom is day. To set it apart. 6 Yomim days you labor and shall do all your work. But the 7th Yom day is a Shabbat of Yahuwah your Elohim. You do not do any work. You, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your male servant, nor your female servant, nor your cattle, nor your stranger who is within your gates. For in 6 Yomim days, Yahuwah made the Shamayim, heavens, and the Aret, earth, the sea, and all that is in them, and rested the 7th Yom. Therefore, Yahuwah blessed the Yom Shabbat and set it apart.
There you go. I don't see any of that other stuff in there everybody talks about.
So it also says in Exodus, Yeketsko, which is Ezekiel 20, that it is a sign, an everlasting sign, differentiating us between his people, between those that are not his people. And it's a riddle in Revelations, I think it's Revelation 13, talk about, well, they can't buy or sell. In other words, it doesn't mean you can't, like people store up stuff for looting and greediness of gain. They just have a whole bunch of, I call them hoarders. But it just means that because of that sign that differentiates between Yahuwah being his people and him being our creator, we don't buy and sell. That's how you can tell us apart.
Yeah. So what does that mean? So if it's a sign that of the who Yahuwah's people are, okay, that you belong to Yahuwah, right? It's a sign that you belong to Yahuwah, right? So what does that mean? So that means if you obey that day and you set that day apart and make that day all about Yahuwah, that means you belong to Yahuwah. If you take Son's Day and you set it apart and you make it all about the J-Man, then you belong to the J-Man. If you take the 6th day and you set it apart and you make it all about Mohammed, then you belong to Muhammad. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it's a sign that sets you apart. It makes it because you're spending the day with Yahuwah. So that means you belong to Yahuwah because you take that day and you rest on it and you make it focused. All the focal point of that day is Yahuwah. So that means you belong to Yahuwah. You see that? That's all that's saying. You know, and the ones that would set apart Wednesday, they belong to Wooden, right? Et cetera, et cetera. All right. Phyllis.
There's one difference. If we're set apart to Yahuwah, there's two sides to that. But if you're set apart to somebody else, there's nobody on the other side that you're set apart to.
They're really, you know what they are? They're really set apart to Satan is what they are. Or they're set apart to themselves. One of the two. It's either themselves or Satan. Yeah. Okay. I'm not going to keep kicking that dead horse. I think y'all see where I'm coming from on that. Let's go back there to Leviticus 23. Go ahead and read the next one, June.
Okay. And I would like to share for those out there who have not found that yet, there is great joy in the preparation day to prepare for Shabbat. I find great joy even in my work preparing. You know, I put on the word or one of the studies and I've got that going in the house and I make the food a surprise for the next day, you know, that we're to eat. And there's just great, I just find great joy in preparing and getting ready to come into that presence and that delight of being in the presence of him. So I just think it's beautiful. Just don't look at that preparation day as being work, because it can be looked at as a gift to Yahuwah. Make that your gift to him. So I just wanted to share that. You know, it's precious time for me.
And let me ask you this: why do you do it?
I do it for him. I do it for him because of my love for him, and he loves me, and I love him.
And
well,
why do we do prep day, you guys? Why do we do that? What's the whole point of it? And don't say you're not allowed to make food on Shabbat because you're talking to the wrong person. You say that. There's a deeper reason. It's not superficial. Anybody know what it is, Chris?
I utilize the day of preparation to go out and get us prepared for the week. And I also use it to go out and to speak to others, to associate with people, to spread the word. If I'm in a grocery store and I run into somebody, I use that opportunity to open a door, to speak to them, no matter where I'm at. And before I leave on the preparation day, before I leave the house, I pray about it. And I ask Yah to send the Ruach to guide my words, to help me to bring people closer to him. That's how I use the day of preparation. Used to go street evangelizing, but it's too dangerous nowadays.
Anybody else? Chance?
You know, thinking about when Yahuwah was teaching us about a Shabbat, he did rain a double portion on preparation day. So what he was saying is to gather that manna so you can rest. obey and rest on my Shabbat. You know, that's what he was teaching us right there. That double portion
All right.
was preparing you for your day of rest, for your obedience to the Shabbat. You know, that's
yeah, you're right. Yeah, so he gave us preparation day so that we could spend the whole day, the whole Shabbat with him. That's why. And so that's why he did the double manna, so that they didn't have to be out there looking for that manna. They could spend the whole day with him. See, that's what it's all about. He's making the way, making it possible for us to have a day of rest with no work, no nothing, except to focus on him. Why? Because he's a jealous all. That's why he's a consuming fire. You injure him when you put anything above him. And so if he gives you a day to spend on being with him, and you spend it cutting your grass and gardening your garden, okay, you're putting that in front of him. And he's jealous, y'all. And he may just fry you, man, because he's a consuming fire. He don't like people putting things above him. You know why he don't like it? It hurts him. You're injuring him. Just like if your spouse went out and cheated on you with the neighbor and you found out about it, you would be injured. Oh, that would hurt so bad. How do you think Yahuwah feels? Go ahead, Chance.
wow, that's good stuff there, Mark. Thank you for that. You know, in the everlasting covenant, in 6 days he created the Shemaim, Ha'araz, and the sea, and all that filtered. On the seventh day he rested from all of his work and made the seventh day Baruch and Kudash. So when we separate from that, we understand and humble ourselves and learn, it's understanding we were created and we are honoring and worshiping our creator. That's that's it right there. That's the bread and butter for me. You know what I mean? Is to turn aside from that and just get into that right there and just honor him for our breath, for our life, for existence, to look upon his creation and see all the kabod. You know what I mean? And just really immerse yourself into that. And it's powerful. You separate from yourself. Yahuwah will take you into his hands and bring you up in Ruah. You will be at complete peace when you start reflecting on the creation and his kabod everywhere. The trees, the sky, every little detail, and just immerse yourself into Yahuwah and just be like, you know what, Abba? Yahuwah? Wow. My goodness. What a time to be. My goodness. Hallelujah. That's what it's about right there for me.
Yeah, and Yahuwah didn't have to rest. It's not like it made him tired to create. Okay, he didn't have to rest. So why did he rest? Because he's the head. Because he's the leader. He's our maker. He's our husband. He's the head of the household. So he wouldn't ask us to do anything unless he himself did it first. That's what a good leader does. A good leader never asks their subordinates to do something that they wouldn't do themselves. So of course he had to rest before he asked us to rest. Don't tell me Yahuwah was tired. That's why he rested, because he was tired. That's nonsense. It goes deeper than that. Chance, go ahead.
Wow, you hit it again. It's just coming on to me like fire right now. It's leading by example. Yahuwah even came down here in a body of flesh, Yahusha, and led us by example by the way we should go. He's always here leading us by example, the perfect leader. That is Yahuwah.
That's
man,
right.
Hallelujah. Barak Yahuwah for this. That's some heat right there, man.
That's
Hallelujah.
right. You got it going on now, brother. All right, so I hope everybody's understanding where we're coming from on this. Not intentionally trying to make anybody stumble here, but definitely Yahuwah wants some boundaries drawn here, Natsarim. We got to get off the silliness of what the religious people are putting out there. And it's, penetrating our brains and leading us astray. We need to stop it, man. All right, let's continue on, June.
Chapter 23, verse 4. These are the appointed times of Yahuwah. Set apart Mikra, which you are to proclaim at their appointed times. In the first month, on the 14th Yom of the month, between the evenings, is the Passover to Yahuwah. And on the 15th Yom of this month is the festival of unleavened bread to Yahuwah. 7 Yomen you eat unleavened bread. On the first Yom, you have a Kodesh Mikra. You do no servile work. And you shall bring an offering made by fire to Yahuwah for 7 Yomen. On the 7th Yom is a Kodesh Mikra. You do no servile work.
Okay, stop. All right. So this is what we would call an appointed time. Somebody tell me what these 7 appointed times really are. Are they the salvation plan? Is there even such thing as that? What are the appointed times? Somebody? How would you define those? The appointed times. Phyllis?
They're shadows of what Yahushua's doing for our salvation and for the salvation of the world.
Yeah. Well, what's a better way of saying that? Somebody. Y'all should know this. Lou White always saying it, always talking about it. Chance?
A type of redemption plan.
Exactly. It's the redemption plan. It's Yahuwah's redemption plan. It's how he's going to redeem his people. Okay? All right. So this first one, in the first month on the 14th day of the month, which it always is, Abib, between the evenings, that's from evening to evening, means it begins at sunset and ends at the next sunset, is the Passover to Yahuwah. Now, is that a Shabbat? Is that an appointed time? What is it? What's Passover to Yahuwah? What does that mean? What is it? Is it an appointed time? Go ahead, Sandra. Sandra, go ahead.
It's not an appointed time. It's in a remembrance when Yahuwah passed over the children of Yisrael and killed the firstborn in all of Mitzrayim. That's what that Passover is about. And that is a foreshadow of Yahushua's blood, which is going to redeem us from our sin and reconcile us back to Yahuwah. But it's more or less Passover. Remember, I passed you over because they had put the blood on their doorposts and killed all the firstborn in Mitzrayim.
But is it an appointed
That's what
time?
Passover is about.
Is it an appointed time? Yes or no?
It's an appointed time because it's the first one, but it's not a gathering appointed time. The other 3 are when they gather to Jerusalem. That's
so what difference. Is it? How would you what would you call it then? If it's not a high Shabbat, what would it be? What's today, Sandra? What's today? What's today?
Shabbat.
What was yesterday?
Today is the 7th day.
What was yesterday?
Rest day. Preparation day.
Bam, there you go. You just got it. So Passover's prep day.
Prep day. Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I need you to know that.
All right. So here we have Passover starting out first day, 14th, first month, 14th day every year. And then that's prep day. So what are we preparing for? To eat the Passover meal. Right? When do we eat the Passover meal? On prep day? Sandra? Can't hear you.
Evening of the evening.
Okay. Which would be the first day of unleavened bread. We eat the Passover meal on the first day of unleavened bread at sundown before midnight. What if we eat it and we get full and we all get tired and we go to bed? We get up in the morning and there's some leftovers. Oh, that was good. I'm going to have me some of that. Are we allowed to do that? No. What are we supposed to do?
Take it out and bury it, burn it.
Take it out and burn
Bury
it.
it.
Even if it's on the Shabbat, burn it. Why? To ensure that nobody desecrates the Passover lamb. Because it's to Yahuwah. It belongs to Yahuwah. Okay, so Passover always falling on the 14th of Abib on the Hebrew calendar, of course. On the Gregorian calendar, it floats. Okay, so and it definitely doesn't coincide with Easter. Okay, so don't even get that mixed up. It's nothing to do with Easter. What translation is the only translation that you can even find that word in at Easter? And what should that say instead of Easter? And what translation says Easter instead of Passover? Anybody answer those questions, Sandra?
I think it was the Greek translation of the KJV that had Easter in it, and it should say Pesach.
Okay, exactly.
Passover.
Good. Okay, so Passover is prep day. Now, somebody explain what happened on Passover. Roughly in the year 30 AD. What happened? Chris?
Yahusha and his appointed ones gathered into Jerusalem to observe the Passover in the upper room.
Okay. All right. Now, does Passover have a prep day?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
The day before.
Well, what do they call that? Identify it. Would be the Last Supper.
Okay.
So they were gathered up in the upper chamber in that room, eating the Last Supper. Why? Well, the Yehudim didn't celebrate the Last Supper. Okay, the Yehudim did something totally different. But the northern tribes, especially those around Galilee, observed the Last Supper. And they were celebrating that not all the firstborn had died that night in Mitzrayim when the firstborn all died. The firstborn of the Hebrew did not die because of the blood of the Passover lamb. So the Ruach of death passed over them and spared the firstborn. And so they celebrated that. That's what the Last Supper is all about. Okay. And then they celebrated, they ate the Last Supper. Okay. Yahusha, and if you got to put it all together by reading a bunch of them, but he washed their feet. Then they sang. Okay. They sang songs, psalms, sing the psalms as they normally do. It's tradition. And also, he passed around the wine in the bread, the matzah, saying, "This is my body, and this is my blood. Do this in remembrance of me." Once a year, they sang a bunch of songs. He washed their feet, sang a bunch of songs, and they took off. Where'd they go? And what time was it? Can't hear you, Chris, if you're talking.
They went to Gethsemane, and it was about midnight, wasn't it?
It was around midnight. They went to the Mount of Olives.
The garden.
Yeah. Then what happened at the Mount of Olives? What happened? Or the garden? What happened? It was about midnight. What happened?
Was that when the Roman soldiers, when Yehuda betrayed him with a kiss, and the Roman soldiers came and arrested him, and then the sheep scattered?
Right. That's when he was seized. Yeah, and he was betrayed by Judas with the kiss. All right? And Peter cut off the ear of the servant of the high priest. Then what happened? Well, and what day was it when all that happened, when he was seized? What day was it? What day was it? Somebody. When that happened?
It's preparation day for the Passover. So he was our Passover lamb. And so he was the lamb that was to be prepared for us when the Passover was to start the next evening.
It was the Passover day. It turned Passover in the evening. So they eat the Passover, the Last Supper at evening, between evening and midnight. Okay, after it turns to be Passover. Just like they eat the Passover meal after it dark on the first day of unleavened bread before midnight. They do the same thing. Why? Because the Last Supper they call it the Last Supper because that's the Last Supper the Galileans would eat until the Passover meal. So they would fast for that 24-hour period. That's why they called it the Last Supper prior to the Passover meal. Just remember it that way. Okay? So it was the Passover. It was Passover day. Now what happened? So they ate the Last Supper, did all that stuff, passed around the wine and the matzah, washed the feet, sang the psalms, went to the Mount of Olives. He got betrayed by Judas, arrested by the soldiers. The one guy got his ear cut off. It's still Passover. Now what happens? Ross?
He was denied 3 times by Peter when the cock crowed. And Peter had said, I don't know this man.
Yeah, Peter denied him 3 times. What else happened? It was still the Passover. What else happened?
Then they condemn him. They began to flog him, and they condemned him to death and chose a thief and a robber over him. So he was set up to be staked during that time because they kept calling false witnesses against him.
Okay, so he was put on trial. He was beaten, scourged, spit on, punched, beaten beyond recognition, actually.
Right. He was flogged.
Flogged. What else? Then what happened? What day was it? Now what day was it? Now what
Unleavened
day?
bread.
No, it was not. What day was it? It was still Passover. Okay, so now what happened? It became daylight. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Now what happened? It's daylight. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. What day is it? What day is it?
Still Passover?
It's still Passover. Well, now what happens?
They sentenced him to death, didn't they? And he carried his stake. And they staked him between two thieves.
They staked him. They staked him. Now what day is it? He's hanging on the Roman executioner's stake. Now what day is it?
The day of his death is still Passover.
It's still the Passover. Now what happens?
Didn't he
Chance?
give up his?
Yahusha says, I thirst, and he reached forth his hand and took that original crime into his body.
Okay. Then what happened? Ross?
Well, but at some point we forgot that he was crowned with those thorns.
Well, yeah, he did that night when he was beaten and tortured and flogged and spit on and beaten beyond recognition. They put a crown of thorns on his head. But now what happened? He's hanging on the Roman executioner's stake, and it's still the Passover. Now what happens, Chris?
They had to get him down before the sun set because it was a high Sabbath.
No. That happens a lot later.
Where they had to make sure he was dead. That's why they stuck him in the side. It's because the other two were already. They broke their legs. He's the unblemished lamb without a bone broken.
Okay. You keep that thought, and I'm going to come back to you. Now, what's going on right now, the present moment? They just put him on the stake. Go ahead, Chance.
He was pierced with a spear in water, and blood came out. Did he renew the covenant?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Something happened before that. What happened? If y'all don't know, look it up. Go to Matthew.
He was thirsty?
Yeah, he thirsted. Yeah, they gave him gall to drink. What's gall? Anybody know what that was?
Didn't Yahuwah gather his Ruach, and the Ruach Kadesh left him, and he gave up his Ruach, and he died?
Not yet. What
Not yet?
happened?
Okay.
Not yet. Okay, so the soldiers gambled through lots for his clothing. He was offered gall, which is a mixture of vinegar and some type of herbal plants that makes you numb. It's to take away pain. And he refused it. Instead, he wanted to feel the pain that he was suffering for the people. And so he refused the painkiller. He said, nah, I ain't taking that. I'm going to suffer. I'm going to feel every bit of this pain. Now what happens? Chris.
Mark, I have a question for you. When he refused to take the gall, the night of the Last Supper, he said that he wouldn't drink any more wine until he was in heaven. Okay. To me, that's indicates that he may have been under a Nazarene vow because he refused the grape. It just kind of pointed in that direction. I want to see what you think of that, because to me it says that he was under may have taken a Nazarene vow.
Oh,
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt it. It's bouncing in my head.
Yeah, you're throwing me off my train of thought.
I'm
but
sorry, I do that
I
sometimes.
can't quite remember. I don't think he ever drank wine, but then something's telling me that he did.
Yeah, he drank wine.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the Last Supper that he refused it.
Hang on a minute. He didn't drink it at the Last Supper. He passed it.
That's right.
But,
Until he's due.
Yeah. Let me see.
He drinks wine after the resurrection.
Well,
He
hang on.
drank it
Yeah.
after the resurrection.
Right. So was
Luke
the Nazarene vow over then?
Wait a minute. Go to Luke 7.
Because he said, you won't drink it until I enter into my kingdom. So he had entered into his kingdom, and that's when he drank the wine.
Okay, hang on. Luke 7:34 says, hang on. Luke 7:34 says, the son of Adam has come eating and drinking, and you say, look, a man, a glutton, and a wine drinker, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. So yeah, he must have been drinking wine.
It was just something bouncing in my head because it has an indication.
No. Well, the gall wasn't wine anyway. That's misleading winds too. Gall was a mixture of vinegar and herbal plants extract. It was mixed. It was like a pain reliever.
Right.
Well-known pain reliever at the time, and he refused to drink it. Okay.
Was it because of the original sin?
What?
That he refused that because the original sin that he was being staked for, that Adam had committed, is why he refused that gall and wine, because he had to feel the pain of the original sin.
No.
Nope.
No.
Okay.
No. When he was being tortured and beaten and scourged, and that crown got put on his head and the thorns, and he dipped all that blood. Remember all that? He even sweated blood. Remember all that? Okay, as soon as the seal was broken and the blood started coming out of him, see, the blood in the spirit was sealed for the day of deliverance, for the day of his sin sacrifice. So it wasn't being contaminated by the original sin within the flesh, okay, because it was sealed by the Ruach. Well, as soon as the skin was broken, it broke the seal, and the blood began to come out on the outside of him, poured down his face, his torso, his legs, and his arms and his feet. It cleansed him of the original sin before he was even executed, so that he was the perfect sacrifice when he was put on the stake to Yahuwah. Following me? Okay. All right. So go to Matthew 27. 45. Okay. And so he was put on the stake at the third hour, which would have been what? What time's the third hour in Hebrew? What's the third hour in Hebrew? Nine o'clock in the morning. He was put on the stake. Okay. Verse 44 says, and also the robbers who were staked with him reviled him, said the same, and from the sixth hour, okay, so the sixth hour is what?
12
o'clock noon. So at noontime, there was darkness all over the land. So that's the next thing that happened. There was darkness. Matter of fact, there was such a deep darkness that it could be felt. Remember when we studied about the plagues in Mitzrayim? And the darkness was so thick that the Israelites could feel the darkness. This same thing happened here. It was so dark they could feel the darkness. Okay, so now what happens? It's dark, like on a new moon, on a cloudy night of the new moon. That's how dark it was. What happens now?
So
Ross?
it went to the ninth hour.
Hang on. Yeah, we're in the 9th hour and it's gotten dark. Okay, go ahead, Ross.
Isn't that when the tombs were opened up and the earthquake happened?
Not yet. What happened on the? Okay, so it's the 9th hour. What happens next?
The veil was
He began
torn.
to teach. He cried out, Ali, Ali, lama sabanate me.
Okay.
My all. He began to teach.
I should have told you where that was. Okay. All right. So he continued to teach. Okay. So by crying out, Allah Ali lama shabak kanena kani, what's he saying? What's he saying here in Hebrew? What's he saying?
My all. Why have you forsaken me? So it sounds like he gave up the.
Where's he getting that from? Where's he getting that from? Yeah.
He's getting that from the text, Psalms 22.
Psalms 22.
He's getting that because it sounds like the Ruach was departing.
Go to Psalms 22, Sandra, and read it, the first line for us.
Okay. I'm there. I think I'm there. Here I am. I love that. I don't love it because what it did to Mama, but I appreciate it. My all. Why have you forsaken me?
Okay, so see, he's teaching them.
Far from the words of my groaning.
So he's teaching them what's going on. The people down below him, he's looking down on the people he's dying for, isn't he? So now he's teaching them what's going on. And so he's referring them to Psalms 22, which back then, by the time a child could walk, they were being taught scripture. And by the time they became a teenager, they could almost recite 75% of scripture verbatim. By the time they were adult, they could do it verbatim. And so they all knew exactly what he was referencing when he said that, because this is what the teachers would do. They'd either recite the first line or the first paragraph or whatever, first few lines of a passage, and then the students would take over and finish it and keep going from there. That's what they did. And so they knew what he was doing. Okay, so now it's the 9th hour and the darkness has lifted. So it was dark for 3 hours. There's no such thing as a total eclipse that lasts 3 hours. It doesn't happen. Okay, this lasted 3 hours. So there's no way it could have been a total eclipse. All right. And so now it's daylight again. He's referencing Psalms 22 to those below him, which were mostly women, and the people whom Yahushua loved was there as well. Everybody else was hiding out, scared to death. Now, what day is it? What day is it?
It's still preparation day.
It's Passover.
It's still Passover. It's still the Passover day. Okay, now what happens? Here's where he was offered the sour, the wine, or the on a sponge. Okay. Let him see if Allah. They think he's calling to Allah Yahoo. Okay. So now what happens?
Gave up the Ruach.
He died. He died hanging on the executioner stake. Who died? Who
The
died?
fleshly part of him. Yahusha.
The lamb
The
died.
fleshly.
The lamb died. Right? Did Yahuwah die? No,
Can't
Yahuwah
die.
did not die. Only the lamb died. Yahuwah did not die. Okay. Joe, you got a question?
Wait.
I was waving bye to Chris.
Oh. Okay, so Yahuwah did not die. Only the lamb died. Okay. What day is it? What day is it?
No, they keep
It's
Passover.
Passover.
It's still Passover.
It's still Passover day. Now what happens? Oh, here's where Chris was supposed to come in, but he left. So now what happens?
Says the veil was torn
Chance,
from
go ahead.
top to bottom.
I got a question for you, Brother Mark. I got hung up here. So here in Luke 22:18, I say to you, I shall certainly not drink of the fruit of the wine until the kingdom of Yahuwah comes. And then right here in Yehukanan 19:29, there a bowl of sour wine stood there, and they filled the sponge and gave it to him. So it seems like he did have some wine.
Well, that wine, that was vinegar. It really is gall, is what it really was. So if you research it, when you're doing your Hebrew research there, look up the sour wine. You'll see it's gall. And what gall is vinegar mixed with some type of herb, okay, for pain relief. It's not wine, fruit of the vine wine. Okay, big difference. Yeah, look, you go to the store, you're going to buy some wine to drink with your dinner, and there's a jug of vinegar there. Are you going to grab that vinegar and drink it with your dinner, or are you going to drink the wine with your dinner? You're going to drink the wine, right? You ain't going to be drinking that vinegar. It's different. Okay, that's what sour wine is. It's vinegar, but it's really gall in Hebrew. It's gall, painkiller. That's what it was. Okay, it's not that hard. Go ahead, Phyllis.
To answer your question, isn't that when the women came and begged for his body so that they could get it down before the feast day?
Not yet. But they're going to. Go ahead, Ross.
The veil was torn at his death.
Yeah, the veil was torn in half. Then what? The veil of the temple was torn in half. That separated the inner sanctuary from the Holy of Holies, from top to bottom.
Then that's when the people came out of, they were resurrected.
Not yet. Okay, and so go ahead, Chance.
Preparation day began. They were going to take his body down and start the preparation right after he bowed his head and gave up his ruah.
No. No. This is still Passover day. This is still preparation day. It began a long time ago. It's getting closer to the end of the Passover now. Okay, we've went past 3:00 in the afternoon. It became daylight again. Okay, so now they've only got probably in springtime, probably gets dark around 7:00. I'm gonna guess 6 or 7, maybe 6. So they only got about 3 hours here now. where it gets dark and Passover will be over. All right, so this veil of the temple was torn in two, and there was an earthquake. A huge earthquake came. Then after the earthquake, the rocks were split. When the rocks were split, it says, and the rocks were split and the tombs were opened. So what were the rocks that were split that opened the tombs? The lids over the tombs split and they fell open and opened the tombs up in the graveyard. But the dead did not come out yet. They stayed inside the tomb. They didn't come out, or the tombs that were covering, the rock that was covering the tombs perhaps split and rolled away and opened the tomb up. But the bodies did not come out yet. Okay? Bodies did not come out yet. So the tombs were opened. It says, and many bodies of the set apart ones who had fallen asleep were raised. You see that? And that's why everybody thinks they were resurrected. But don't stop reading. Can't stop reading. And coming out of the tombs after his resurrection. See that? So they didn't come out of those tombs until after his resurrection, which would have been 3 days later. The tombs were open, but the bodies didn't come out till after his resurrection. That's an extremely important thing to understand. Go ahead, Sandra.
I'm wondering, is this also where the middle wall of petition was torn down? Where he says the top torn from top to bottom, and the rest was shaken, and the rocks were split. Is that tearing down of the middle wall of partition? It's not.
No, there was no middle wall. There was just a curtain. The curtain was split from top to bottom. The rocks were the rocks that were covering up the tombs.
Mm. And the rest was shaken, and the rocks were split.
Yeah, and the rocks were split. Then what?
The tombs were opened.
That's right. And the rocks were split, the tombs were open. So these are the rocks that were covering up the entrance to the tomb. Or over top of what do they call those coffin things that are made out of cement? What do they call them? I can't think of the name of them.
A vault.
A vault or something. Yeah. They had something like that back then, you know. But mainly they were in caves and there was a rock over the entrance. And so the rock split and the tomb was opened. Okay. All right. And so then the set apart ones who had fallen asleep were raised and coming out of the tombs after his resurrection. See, they didn't come out yet. All right. And they went into the set apart city and appeared to many. So that would have been 3 days later. Okay. Then what happened? Ellis?
Oh.
Just said it a minute ago.
The women came and begged for his body so that they could prepare him before the first day of unleavened bread.
Yeah, the women were in a frenzy, and they were going around. They wanted that body down, and so some guy named of Joseph went and asked Pilate for the body. He gave him the body, and then what? What happened then? When he came back and said, "Okay, I got permission from Pilate to claim this body and bury it," what happened? Ross?
His body was anointed after they pulled him down, brought him. No?
Something happened before that. Sandra?
It looks like the Roman soldiers began to believe and recognize him as being the son of Yahuwah. after all that transpired. They said, truly, this was the son of Alim. And then the women, who followed came attending him.
I just said when Joseph came back with permission from Pilate to claim the body to bury it, what happened? All that happened before. Go ahead, Chance.
Okay.
Is this where he was pierced in his side with a spear?
Yes.
Okay.
They broke the legs of both of the thieves on each side of him, and then they didn't break his leg because he was already dead, and so they stuck the spear in his side, and water and blood gushed out onto the altar of the earth. And what day is it now? What day is it now?
Passover.
It's still Passover. All right. So now what happened? They stuck him in the side with the spear, blood and water gushed out. What happened now? Phyllis?
They took down his body and laid it in Joseph's tomb.
Yeah, they took down his body and they wrapped it up like a mummy. They mummified it, and they laid they didn't do his face because they wanted to come back and do the perfume thing, the ritual. And so they just wrapped a towel around his head. But they did wrap his body and mummified his body, not in a single sheet, like that. What do they call that thing with the imprint on it?
That shroud.
Shroud of something.
Turin.
Yeah.
Shroud of Turin.
Yeah, they didn't do that. They wrapped his body like little, like 2-inch strips, like a mummy. And then they used that stuff like paste. What is it called? That stuff that they used to do that. Can't remember now. But anyway, they wrapped him all up. They wrapped his head in a blanket-like cloth, and they laid him in the tomb. And they closed the tomb. What day is it? What day is it?
It's still the end of Passover.
It's still Passover day. All this has happened on the Passover from prep day, man.
So
now
really just before sunset.
Just before sunset. So I would guess I'm going to give it at least 1 hour before the sun finally set, I'm going to say. And that's taken into mind dusk, or a half hour of dusk, half hour of daylight. I'm going to give it an hour before Passover was over and he was in the tomb. Okay? So now what happened? Nighttime comes. All the women was in a big frenzy to get him in there. After he was put in there, what did they do? What happened? They all scurried back home to get ready for what? Why did they have to get back home so quickly? Why were all the women in a big hurry to get home?
Get ready for unleavened bread.
Yeah, because the unleavened bread was coming. They had to get back home so they could serve their families the Passover meal. So when did they eat the Passover meal? So the women's home now. We'll say it's about dusk. When did they start eating the Passover meal? With their families. Roz?
On the Feast of Unleavened Bread is when they ate the Passover meal.
As soon as it got dark, they started eating the Passover meal. What day was it now?
Unleavened bread.
First day of unleavened bread now. So they ate the meal, Passover meal, between the time that it became dark, between that and midnight. Okay. Then the next day came, and then so the day that this all happened was a Wednesday that year, 30 AD. Okay. And then it went through Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then right at the end, then what happened now? I'm going to say there's 1 hour to daylight on the Shabbat, that weekly Shabbat. He was put in the tomb on Wednesday. Now it's 1 hour to go to end Shabbat. That same week. What happens? Roz?
They rolled the rock in front of it. And then
No.
they put the two centurions there to guard it.
Well, they did that before. Wait, they did that on Wednesday when he was put in. When the women took off, that's when they put them guards there. Now we're 3 days later now.
Oh.
What happens?
Well, the tomb was
What?
the tomb was opened up, but nobody had opened it up. The centurions, I believe, were asleep, weren't they? And they thought that they were going to get killed because they had let somebody come there and take him out. And then they saw the angel, the Malachim, and the Malachim said, "Who were you looking for?" And Yahusha wasn't in there.
Okay.
And
All right. So the tomb opened up and he was resurrected 1 hour before the end of Shabbat. Why? People say, "Oh, there's no way he would have been resurrected on the Shabbat. You're not allowed to work on the Shabbat." No, he was. Why was he resurrected 1 hour before Shabbat ended that week? Anybody know? Sandra?
Wasn't it because he had to be 3 days and 3 nights?
That's
The
right.
sign of Yuma, fulfilling the sign of Yuma.
That's when the 72-hour period was over and he was resurrected. So when he said 3 days and 3 nights, he wasn't talking about half days and quarter nights. He was talking about 72-hour period. Okay, so he was resurrected an hour before sundown on Shabbat, okay, and he was gone. So then what happens?
Didn't he go and sprinkle his blood up in the Shamaim, offering the first fruits?
That's a hard to say that. That's a hard one because he told Mary Magdalene not to touch him because he had not ascended to his Father yet. So that's a hard one, Sandra. But that's not what I'm looking for. What happened next? Go ahead, Ross.
they saw him and thought he was a gardener.
Yeah. I guess it depends on whose opinion you're reading here, but yeah, that's
It
true.
says there was a great earthquake, for a messenger of Yahuwah came down out of heaven and came and rolled back the stone from the door and sat on it. And his appearance was like lightning, and his garments was white as snow.
Okay, let's just say that he first appeared to a woman. Can we say that?
Oh,
So after his resurrection, he first appeared to a woman. It was Mary Magdalene, which was really strange because back in these days, a woman's witness was virtually worth nothing. They would laugh at a woman's witness. They wouldn't pay attention to her. So it is kind of strange how Yahuwah mocked them by first appearing to a woman to witness his resurrection. Okay, so this was a big deal. It was a much bigger deal than what most people understand it to be because of that reason. And I went into some of that last night. I hope you guys were listening to that because it's pretty critical, really. But okay, So he's resurrected. Now I'm going to skip ahead. He ascends. Okay. He goes up and he sprinkles his blood on the Holy of Holies and everything up in the temple of the Shemaim, the original. Okay. And then he comes back down. How long is he on the earth now? I mean, okay, wait a minute. So what day did he resurrect? I mean, he resurrected on the end of the Shabbat. Okay, but what day was he seen? Did Mary
The first day of the week, Bikurim.
Would have been Bikurim. Okay, first fruits. Okay, and so the harvest, the waving of the sheaf. Okay, was when he went up in front of Yahuwah and sprinkled the blood on the altar and the temple and everything up there in the heaven. Okay. All right. That's what that was. The waving of the sheaf. Okay. That's what that was a type of. Okay. So now he comes back down. How long is he on the earth?
About 40 days.
40 days. He spends 40 days on the earth. And then he finally appears to them all over the place, even in Matthew 28. He didn't ascend back to the throne in Matthew 28 like Christianity teaches. He appeared to them numerous of times within that 40-day period. That was just one of the times that he appeared to them in Matthew 28. You can see it tells you that. It says, and the 11 went away unto Galilee to the mountain which Yahushua had pointed for them. He told them to meet him there after the resurrection. And when they saw him, they bowed to him, but some doubted. And Yahushua came up and spoke to them, saying, the all authority has been given to me in the heaven and on the earth. And then go and make the Talmud of all the nations, immersing them in the name of the Father, Son, and Ruach, teaching them to guard all that I have commanded you. And see, I am with you always till the end of the age. And then he disappears, right? Goes somewhere else. Well, later on, they see him again. Okay. He appeared to them like 3 times at least. In scriptures, it's recorded, but many more times than that. The final time was when they were on the Mount of Olives in Acts, and he left and ascended. And that's when those 2 messengers told them, why are you staring up in the air? The same Yahushua that you see going is going to come back the same exact way as you see him leaving, right back down to the Mount of Olives when he comes back. Say that's when he ascended back to the throne, and that was 40 days later. 40 days after his resurrection. So now what? What happens now? After he came back he was on the earth for 40 days, and then he ascended back to the throne. Now what happens? Roz?
And after that, they have the I can't think of the name of it except Pentecost, and the Ruach HaKodesh comes to them. So They get the Ruach. They get the I forget the other thing.
Immersion.
The helper.
Yeah. The Paracleta. So and so 10 days later, on the 50th day, Shabbat, the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh on the 120 in the upper chamber, and 3,000 were added to them that same day. We're also immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh that same day, because it's in context. So they weren't immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, and then 3,000 were immersed in water. That's totally out of context. They were all immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh that day. All right, so that's the sequence of all that. Okay, and that's what Passover is. All right, so going back to it now. Leviticus 23. That's a lot to remember, isn't it? Okay, so going back to it. By the way, I know somebody that has an app that takes the calendars all the way back as far as they can, recorded history. And we was messing with it, and we went all the way back. We kept looking at certain events, right? and the day it would happen and all that. Well, we went all the way back to 28 AD, and there's no way it didn't fit that Yahusha could have been executed and been in the tomb 3 days and 3 nights. It couldn't have happened on 28 or 29 or 31 or 32. The only year that it could happen was and be 3 days and 3 nights in the tomb and rise Bikram was 30 AD. That was it, man. It had to be 30 AD. None of the other ones matched. I think we went like 5 years before and 5 years after, and none of them matched. 30 AD was the only year that it could happen on. And that's why I say it's 30 AD. Okay. Any of your thoughts, comments, or questions about the Sabbath or the Passover now? All right, let's continue on then, Jim.
I appreciate you, Mark, taking the time to lead everyone through that. It's so good for us to keep reminding ourselves, because we will more than probably be in a situation at one time where we don't have this word in front of us, and we need to know those events as they happen so we can share the Besorah. So I appreciate you taking the time to do that with us.
You're welcome.
Chapter 23, verse 9. And Yahuwah spoke to Musa, saying, "Speak to the children of Israel, and you shall say to them, when you come into the land which I gave you, and shall reap its harvest, then you shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of the harvest to the priest, and he shall wave the sheaf before Yahuwah for your acceptance. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest waves it. And on that yom, when you wave the sheaf, you shall prepare a male lamb 1 year old, a perfect one, as a burnt offering to Yahuwah, and its grain offering 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with oil, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah, a sweet fragrance, and its drink offering 1/4 of a hin of wine. And you do not eat bread or roasted grain or fresh grain until the same yom that you have brought an offering to your Elohim, a law forever throughout your generations in
Okay.
dwellings."
Amen. Okay, stop right there. All right, so what is this wave offering thing? What is this called? Sandra?
Isn't this called Bikram? Offering of the first fruits?
Bikram, first fruits, or what? What type of harvest is this in the springtime in Israel? What would they be harvesting this time of year?
The barley and the
Barley. It is the barley harvest. Okay. And so this is the waving of the sheaf, the first fruits of the harvest to the priest. This is a type or foreshadow of Yahusha going up into the heaven, sprinkling blood on the original temple up there. Everything that's on the earth is up there. Everything on the earth is a carbon copy of what is up there, of the reality. This entire earth and everything on it is a carbon copy of delusion. Everything up there is the reality. The earth at one time was a reality, but everything changed, didn't it? In the fall of Adam and Kua caused everything to change, and the earth was cursed, became a carbon copy, meaning temporal. A temporal delusion is what this is. Go ahead, Ross.
So then our ruach is up there. Our body is down here, but our ruach is up there. Then if everything that's here is up there and everything that's up there is down here.
Except for us. We're down here.
There's no, our Ruach is not with him.
Nah, we're in
No.
prison. He's with our Ruach down here. We're not. We can go up there with him. Don't get me wrong. You know, when you walk in the spirit and the truth, when you're reborn, okay, yes, you can, but not until then. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so this is Bikram. So this would be the third appointed time. All right. Well, no. Yeah, the third one. Okay. So any questions on it, Bikram? The event of the sprinkling of the blood, of the waving of the sheath, the reality of it is expressed very well in Hebrews. No, is that Hebrews? Or is, yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it's Hebrews. So it would be, let me see. Maybe I know it has to be. Anybody got any questions on that, Bikram, while I'm looking this up? No? Okay, so let me see. Yeah, it's Hebrews 9. About Hebrews 9. Yeah. So it basically starts in 19. Who wants to read that for us real quick? You go from 18 to the end of that chapter. Who wants to do that? Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
Therefore, not even the first was instituted without blood. For when, according to the Torah, every command had been spoken by Moshe to all the people, he took the blood of calves and goats with water and scarlet wool and hyssop and sprinkled both the book itself and all the people, saying, "This is the blood of the covenant which Yahuwah commanded you." And in the same way, he sprinkled with blood both the tent and all the vessels of the service. And according to the Torah, almost all is cleansed with blood, and without shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness. It was necessary then that the copies of the heavenly ones should be cleansed with these, but the heavenly ones themselves with better slaughter offerings than these. For Mashiach had not entered into a Kadesh place made by hand, figures of the true, but into the heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of Yahuwah on our behalf. Not that he should suffer himself often, as the high priest enters into the set-apart place year by year with blood not his own. For if so, he would have had to suffer often, since the foundation of the world. But now he has appeared once for all at the end of the ages to put away sin by the offering of himself. And as it awaits men to die once, and after this the judgment, so also the Mashiach, having been offered once to bear the sins of many, shall appear a second time, apart from sin, to those waiting for him to deliverance.
Okay. All right. So there you can see that it was a copy that was down here. Okay. That the copies of the heavenly ones should be cleansed with these. See, the heavenly ones themselves with better slaughter offerings than these, meaning the blood of Yahusha. Yeah, and then it goes on and on, explains to you about that. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to say much more about that one. Anybody got any questions on that? Is everybody following along? Okay, then let's continue on, June.
Chapter 23, verse 15. And from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the yom that you brought the sheaf of the wave offering, you shall count for yourselves 7 complete Sabbaths. Until the morrow after the 7th Sabbath, you count 50 yeomen. Then you shall bring a new grain offering to Yahuwah. Bring from your dwellings for a wave offering 2 loaves of bread. Of 2/10 of an ephah of fine flour they are, baked with leaven, first fruits to Yahuwah. And besides the bread, you shall bring 7 lambs a year old, perfect ones, and 1 young bull and 2 rams. They are a burnt offering to Yahuwah, with their grain offering and their drink offerings, an offering made by fire for a sweet fragrance to Yahuwah. And you shall offer 1 male goat as a sin offering, and 2 male lambs a year old as a peace offering. And the priest shall wave them besides the bread of the first fruits as a wave offering before Yahuwah, besides the 2 lambs. They are set apart to Yahuwah for the priest. And on this same yom you shall proclaim a Kodesh Mikra for you. You do no servile work on it. A law forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. And when you reap the harvest of your land, do not completely reap the corners of your field when you reap, and do not gather any gleaning from your harvest. Leave them for the poor and for the stranger. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim.
Okay. All right. So this is Shabbat or Pentecost. We count from the morrow after the Shabbat during the week of unleavened bread, 7 complete Shabbats. Until the morrow after the 7th Shabbat, and then you count 50 days. And then you bring in the grain offering to Yahuwah. Okay, so what harvest is this now? Roz?
Is that the wheat harvest?
That would be the wheat harvest. And remember the parable of the wheat and the tars?
Mm-hmm.
This is the wheat harvest. You see that connection?
Yeah.
Pretty wild, isn't it? You ever make that connection before? Okay, so it talks about Bikram and Shabuath here together a little bit. They shall do all these sacrifices and everything. And the priest shall wave them besides the bread of the first fruits as a wave offering before Yahuwah, besides the 2 lambs. And they're set apart to Yahuwah for the priests. And on the same day, you shall proclaim a Kadesh Mikram. So there we go again. The Kadesh Mikram. Everybody, what is that? What's Kadesh Mikram? Go ahead, Sandra.
Is that a set apart proclamation? Proclaiming?
Yeah.
Or declaring?
Yeah, convocation, right. All right. You do no servile work on it. What does that mean? Is that something different than we've been talking about? Do no work. Now it says do no servile work. Is there a difference? Or is that the same thing? If it says not to do any work, what is that telling us? What does that mean? Ross?
When you're getting paid for it. And the servile would be when you're doing as a servant.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's my understanding of it. Yeah, and so if it says no work or no servile work, that tells me that it's a Shabbat. It's a high Shabbat. Because you're not allowed to do any work on the weekly Shabbat. So this would be a high Shabbat. And people say, well, that's not in Scripture. Yes, it is. It definitely is in Scripture. It's mentioned in John. Go ahead, Chance.
You know, I find it interesting how it says it's a law forever. And for some reason, especially in this part of the nation where this apparently is only Jewish, you know, but I don't understand how you can read part of our Father's living words and then rebel against some of them and say, you know, that it's a law forever. It's to us all, you know, and I just don't understand why people are being divided and it's being called Jewish when right here it clearly specifies that it's a law forever, you know. I just don't understand.
Oh, they like to divide. It's all about division, you know. They want to divide. They ain't happy unless they're dividing something. So, you know, they try to divide the scriptures. They try to divide Yahuwah into three and everything. They just like to divide. That's all. Troublemakers, in other words.
My own mother was like, "Yeah, that's Jewish. We don't do that." And I was like, "Well, is salvation Jewish too then? I don't understand."
Right.
You better hope not if that's the case.
That's right. Better hope not. Yeah, look over at John 19 real quick. That's a good one, Chance. You better hope salvation isn't Jewish, for the Jews only. Then the funny part, if you really want to freak them out, take them where it says the deliverances of the Yehudim, of the Jews. Oh, that's Jewish. We're all in trouble now. All right, so John 19:31. I think the only place I know of that it says it. Therefore, since it was the preparation day, that the body should not remain on the stake on the Shabbat, which would have been the first day of unleavened bread, for that Shabbat was a high one, meaning it was an appointed time. The Yehudim asked Pilate to have their legs broken. See? So there we go. That's the only time I know of that it actually calls it high Shabbat, but it is in there. Yeah, forever means forever. You know, it's like all, A-L-L, all means all. There's nothing left over. Forever means forever. That means it doesn't end. It's eternal. Yeah. I don't know why they say that things, Chance. They're just being silly, but that was a very good comeback, though. I got to give you credit on that one. All right.
Well, it came by pointing out some of these. She was asking me why I don't observe these holidays anymore, and I was like, well, you know, and we got into the whole scripture, and she was like, well, those are Jewish, and I said, have you not read that they're forever for us all? You can't just take part of the book and apply it to yourself and disregard the rest of it because you don't want to do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's
All right. All right. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions on Shabuoth, Pentecost? What is it a type of? What is it foreshadowing? Sandra?
Is this the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh to indwell mankind in the book of Acts?
Yes.
It was really a marriage celebration.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
originated as a marriage celebration.
Yeah.
Anniversary.
Literally, it's the marriage anniversary of Sinai. But spiritually, it's the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh. Have you ever think about did you ever think about Yahuwah gave us probably two of the most important things that he could ever give us on Shabbat? You ever think about that? He gave us the word and he gave us the outpouring of the Ruach on Shabbat. Okay, so if there ain't no more questions, I just want to say that this is the fourth one now, okay? I'm not counting the Shabbat, weekly Shabbat. These four, a lot of people look at it as the first three being spring festivals, and this one being the summer festival, and then the last three being the fall festival. But in scriptures, it really only mentions summer and winter. So really, this would be more like all four of them would be summer festivals. So let's just say they are. So these first four, okay, have already been done. They're fulfilled. There's nothing left to do. Yahusha has filled them. He's already done them. When did he do them? When did Yahusha fulfill these first four appointed times? Phyllis?
At their appointed times.
Well, you got me on that one. Anybody else? Sandra?
So the first three, I think he fulfilled during the 4,000 millennium, and then Shabbat was fulfilled during the 5th, wasn't it? Well, it was during the 4,000 millennium that they were fulfilled.
Yeah, they all were. Yeah, it hadn't ended yet, but it was just the first time. But later on, in the 5th and the 6th day, is when it pours out even more, and it gets more magnified, more intense. Okay.
The 5th and 6th is the continuation.
Yeah, big time. Big time. Okay. So what I was looking for was the first four was fulfilled at his first coming. At his first coming. Which means the last three have not been fulfilled yet. So when will he fulfill the last three? Do you suppose? If he filled the first four at his first coming, when's he going to fill the last three? Since they're his redemption plan. Sandra?
Is it the
Sandra?
second coming?
Yeah.
Was it the second coming?
At his second coming is when he'll fulfill the last three. Okay, very good. Let's continue on then, Jim. We're going to get into the last three here now.
Chapter 23, verse 24. Speak to the children of Israel, saying, in the 7th month, on the first yom of the month, you have a rest, a remembrance, a blowing of trumpets, a set apart mikra. You do no servile work, and you shall bring an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. Do you want me to go ahead to the next one, or you want to stop here at the trumpets?
Yeah, we'll probably stop there. Okay, so the trumpets, there's something a little bit special about this one that's different than the other ones. Can anybody tell me what it is? It sounds the same as all the other ones, doesn't it? But there's something that stands out from all the other ones. What is it? Phyllis?
Bring an offering by fire.
No. Talitha?
Is it the remembrance?
No.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I don't see where they're blowing trumpets anywhere else. They're only blowing them here.
They'll be blowing them later, though. They blow them on kafar and tents. What's different about this one than any of the other ones?
Is it the date of occurrence?
What about the date?
It happens on the first day of the month.
Here you go. It's the only appointed time that happens during the new moon. The rest of them happen at the full moon. Okay. Okay. Oh, what the heck? Let me see. I got that definitely marked wrong. Hang on a minute. I got to get this right. Hang on.
So, Brother Mark, is this any relationship to the last 7 trumpets that he talks about in Revelation?
No.
Because he's gonna fulfill that in his second coming.
No.
No.
Oh, you did? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was thinking about something else. Would it say that again? Is this in relationship to the 7th trumpet in Revelation?
Yeah, remember when he's gonna fulfill Yom Teruah, and that's gonna be the last trumpet that sounds, giving us 10 days before Yom Kippur.
Let's go to the trumpets. Go over to the trumpet section.
Oh,
Revelations. So there would be 11. So like page 1202. It says up here in 15, and the 7th messenger sounded, and there came to be a loud voices in the heavens saying, the reign of this world has been the reign of our master, become the reign of our master and his Mashiach. He shall reign forever and ever. Okay, and it goes on down through there, and it ends. Okay, now if we jump back over here to 10:7, or 10:7, it says, but in the yamam of the sounding of the 7th messenger, when he was about to sound, the secret of Yahuwah shall also be ended, and he declared to his servants the prophets. Okay, and then it goes on, talks about the little book, and it keeps going and going, and starts talking about the 2 olive trees, It continues to go on and on. And it continues to go on and on. And the hour down in 13, in that hour there came to be a great earthquake, and the 10th of the city fell. And in the earthquake, 7,000 men were killed, and the rest became afraid and gave esteem to Yahuwah of the heaven. And then it goes on, and then finally the seventh trumpet blows again. Okay, so I would say no. So what is it then? This one? Well, it's definitely would be a warning, right? It is a day of shout, right? The day of warning, right? So the last trump. It's not on this day, is it? It's on it's on the end of Kafar, when Kafar ends. So there's a day that starts it, and then the last trump is actually on the when Kafar ends. Okay. So if you're going to compare to Revelation 7, the ending, of that story, which would be the middle story, I would say the end of Kafar, the last trump. But not really. I'm just saying. It would be more appropriate to put it there. All right. Back over here. I forgot what I was even going to talk about. Oh yeah. Okay. Now, we're on trumpet. So it's different than the rest of them because the rest of them begin on the full moon in the middle of the month for us on the Gregorian. All right. So look at Psalms 81:3. Let's see what I'm talking about. So go to Psalms 81:3. It says, blow. Page 680. Blow the ram's horn at the time of the new moon. Now, what is that? Blow the ram's horn at the time of the new moon? That's the day of trumpets because it comes on the new moon. You see that? And then look at the next one. At the full moon on our festival Yom. Okay, so the rest of them fall on the full moon, and they blow the horn on the festival days as well, just to indicate that they begin, and they blow them again, indicating the ended. That's what they used to do. All right, so trumpets on the new moon, the rest of them fall on the full moon. So if somebody starts talking about these different calendars to you, and they say, well, we celebrate it 7 days before you guys do, you'll say, oh, really? What day is that? And I'll say, oh, it's the 10th. Okay. And then you look on the calendar and say, well, you can't be because it's not the full moon. It has to be on the full moon. And then you show them that verse and show them they're wrong.
Sorry,
Go ahead,
what verse was that?
Which one?
The one that you were talking about. I think you said Psalm something, but I didn't.
Oh, Psalm 81:3.
Psalms 80.
1:3. 81:3. Yeah. So scripture links this festival, the festivals to the full moon in Psalms 81:3, and it also explained that the trumpet is blown at the new moon, which is when trumpet starts here. The day of trumpets or Teruah. Okay, and it's not the first day of the year. It's not your New Year. That came from Babylon, not from Hebrew. When's New Year for the Hebrew? Now, I'm not talking about the guys that are over there now. I'm talking about the guys back here in the scriptures. Well, it was in
month of Abib, the first day of the month of Abib.
Yeah. So the first year had to come after the spring equinox. It had to be a new year, because that's when the spring equinox. That's when everything shifts. Okay. So
is Abib April?
It's on the Hebrew. It's like the middle, like March 20th to April 20th. It's like
They call it Nisan.
or they call it Nisan, and the modern Hebrew calls it Nisan. If you want to call it modern Hebrew, but yeah, it always on the Gregorian calendar, the Hebrew calendar always falls in the middle. So March 20th to April 20th, April 20th to May 20th, like that.
So if we were looking for an accurate count, we would start then that count in between March and April. Right.
Well, it's the first day of the year when springtime comes. The new year, it depends. Okay, because sometimes they throw in a bib 2 in there on you. You know, it's like a 10-hour lesson all by itself. But luckily, Lou White comes out with that thing every year and helps
I know
everybody out.
That's kind of what I'm worried about is like, you know, if I have to do this count on my own or whatever, you know what I mean? I got to be able to be independent.
Well, and this what I'm telling you is always remember that the festivals fall on the full moon. They have to, except for trumpets. Teruah, it falls on the new moon. Okay, remember that. That'll help you quite a bit. But then you need to study about the spring equinox and how they adjust, how they count from the spring equinox to the first full moon or new moon, from the spring equinox to the first full new moon. I can't remember how now it goes. It got me. I'm off track on my thoughts on that one, but you can go back and I got a ton of videos on it. It's pretty in depth, man. It's not something easy. I can tell you in 2 minutes here, you know. But
I know I messaged you a while back about this stuff too. Remember that?
Yeah, but I got videos. You can watch them, man. Just look at them.
I'll have to go dig in your I don't know how I'm gonna find them in all them videos, man.
It's not that far back. I mean, there's a lot. I got a lot of them. That's why Lou sells that Hebrew calendar. You ever see that Hebrew calendar he sells? Yeah, that'll help you right there figure it out too. But then on top of that, you have to study the spring equinox. Study them all. The equinox, and what's the other one called? The equinox and what's the other one? It's not equinox.
I think they call it a solstice or something. No,
solstice. Yeah, the solstice and the equinox. Study those, and then get that calendar, and it'll help you a lot. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, Lou just put a note on the side there that the nearest new moon to the spring equinox is the first month.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I was trying to say. Okay. The spring equinox is always on March 20th or 21st. It's always on one of the 20th or the 21st of March. Always. I mean, it's hardly ever not that. So just March 20th, March 21st would be the spring equinox. And then if you look at to see which new moon is the closest to that, it would be the beginning of the month. But I don't like to go behind it myself. I don't know if you ever do, because that's into the previous year. You know what I mean? But they say it's not, because
hold on here, Mark. So you went March 20th, 21st, right? Then you went to the closest, newest moon to them two dates would be your start of the first month.
Yes.
All right.
So they say that the spring equinox is always in the first year, in the new year, and it's never in the old year. That's what they say. But it seems to me if you go back behind it, say to March 15th, we'll just say, Seems like to me you're going back into the old year. But that's just me. It's a complicated thing, man. It really is. All right.
When the trees bring forth their bud.
That's got a lot to do with it. See,
and their leaf.
Well, here, yeah, because see, in Hebrew, if the spring equinox came, and the first month started, say after that, a couple weeks, okay, and there was no buds on the trees or anything, no flowers, no buds, nothing has happened yet. They put another Abib 2 in there. They had a Abib 2, another Abib month, and then they wait until that new moon comes, and they begin the year on Abib 2, if there is buds and flowers and stuff coming out. See, that's how they throw that second month in there on you. And it happens some years because there's leap in the Hebrew. There's leap years. Their leap years are like every 7 years or something like that. Where ours is every 4 years. There's a leap day. Well, they have a leap year where they had a whole month, not just a day like we do in February. They had a whole month in their leap year, and so it's more complicated than it sounds. And this is something that people they just go to pieces over this, man. I mean, they'll get into Enoch calendars, all kinds of crazy stuff comes into play here, Before you know it, they're not even, observing the same appointed times we are. And I've seen them say, well, no, we celebrate a week before you guys do. Our Passover's 10 days ago. Or, our Shabuath was 15 days later than yours or whatever. And you're like, really? And you look it up and you see it's not even on the full moon. So how can that be, man? It has to fall on the full moon. Read Psalms 81:3. You're wrong. Your count's wrong. And then, of course, they're not going to acknowledge that,
Yeah, there's a big gathering on YouTube. It's like something truth or something like that. And this guy's holding Shabbats on like Mondays and Sundays, and they're over here on Thursday and Tuesday, and I'm like, man, how can you keep count of anything? And they're like, we use the true calendar, the Enoch. And I was like, oh man, I'm just like, man, that's just crazy to me.
What they're doing is they're allowing the new moon to start the count over. And they go by the sliver moon instead of the new moon. That's why. So they wait to see the sliver before they start counting. That's bad. And then they wait. They'll be counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Shabbat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Shabbat. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, new moon. Got to start over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Shabbat. And they start the count over because of the full moon. They think the change of the month has something to do with the count to the weekly Shabbat, and it does not. The weekly Shabbat is a continuous count from creation day 1. The new moon doesn't change the revolving account of the weekly Shabbat at all. It just starts a new moon. That's all it does. Or month. Moon, month, same thing.
I just work my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Shabbat. Who is the same? Who is the same today and tomorrow, and always will. You know what I mean? It's not like you can't just reach in. Every time I come past that stuff, I groan inside. I'm like, oh, these poor people. They're just, that's terrible to see within the body. It's really painful to see that happening within the body. It really is. It's tough.
Yeah, especially when you see people that didn't do it, and now all of a sudden now they're doing it, because they're listening to other people that believe in these crazy doctrines, and they, and they think, oh man, that sounds right, and then they start listening to them, and they leave the body, and it's sad to see that because they didn't do that before. I know one guy in particular didn't do that for 20 years, and all of a sudden now he's doing it. Yeah. Right, Phyllis? You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, receipt. Yeah, that's pretty bad there. Yeah, that's a bad one. Crescents are Hindu, Islamic sighted moon habits. All right. So yeah, got to watch what we're doing. Stay strong. Stay away from all the crazy stuff out there, because there's a lot. You're going to see a lot more coming at you. The devil, he'll do anything to get you off key, get you out of the body. And he wants you out of the body bad, man. He wants you to get out of the body. You don't care where you land as long as you ain't in the body. So gotta be careful. There's a lot more of that coming. I'm starting to see an increase in it already, as I was trying to explain last night to you. But anyway, that Psalms 81:3 is definitely a go-to verse when you're dealing with these different calendars, especially if their day that they celebrate these appointed times don't fall on the full moon. You got them, man. There's just no way that they can squirm out of that. They might get mad at you, but they can't squirm out of it. And Passover is always on the 14th of Abib, always. And of course, first day of unleavened bread is always the day after, always. That don't change. On the Gregorian, it can float, but in the Hebrew, it does not. Go ahead, June.
Yeah, I've even seen an influx of people who are taking this verse here and they've started celebrating a new moon festival at every single new moon. And at first when I saw that, I thought, what are they doing? Why are they doing this? Because it really seems like you're celebrating that moon more than you are the appointed times, which is kind of scary.
Yeah, they used to celebrate the new moon. Every time new moon come in, they'd have a festival to Yahuwah. As long as you're doing a festival to Yahuwah, I don't have a problem with it, man. But if it's a festival to the new moon, I got a big problem with that. And if you're allowing the new moon to change the count of the Shabbat, I got a big problem with that. But if you want to celebrate, throw a feast to Yahuwah on the every new moon, I don't care. As long as it's to Yahuwah, don't bother me any. I don't see anything wrong with that. Look at Isaiah. Go to Isaiah, page 478. Isaiah 66, verse 23, page 478. And it shall be that from new moon to new moon, which is month to month, and from Shabbat to Shabbat, which is from week to week, all flesh shall come to worship before me, declares Yahuwah. So this is during the 1,000-year Shulam, Shabbat, isn't it? 1,000-year millennium reign of Yahuwah. From month to month and from week to week, all flesh shall come to worship before me, declares Yahuwah. Or, he'll even be worshipped continuously in the millennium reign, really. Yeah, that could mean that too. You see what I'm saying? It could mean week to week, month to month. All of us going to be, worshiping me continuously. It could mean that. Or it could be from month to month, each new moon, they're going to come and worship me. And every Shabbat, they're going to come and worship me. It could mean that too. But either way, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's there. So I don't have a problem with it, really. As long as it's to Yahuwah. If it's for anything else, then I have a big problem. Okay. All right. Back to Leviticus then.
chapter 23, verse 26. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, on the 10th yom of this 7th month is the Yom of Atonement. It shall be a Kodesh Mikra for you, and you shall afflict your beings, and shall bring an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. And you do no work on that same Yom, for it is the Yom of Atonement, to make atonement for you before Yahuwah your Elohim. For any being who is not afflicted on that same Yom, he shall be cut off from his people. And any being who does any work on that same Yom, that being I shall destroy from the midst of his people. You do no work, a law forever, throughout your generations, in all your dwellings. It is a Shabbat of rest to you, and you shall afflict your beings on the 9th Yom of the month at evening. From evening to evening, you observe your Shabbats.
Okay, cool. Okay, so what a lot of people will do is they'll teach that from evening to evening on Kafar and from evening to evening on Passover is the only 2 days of the year that the day goes from evening to evening. Every other day it goes from sun up to sunset. Yeah, the cuckoo. If you can't do that, if you do that, you throw off the entire calendar. You can't stay in sync doing that. They must be poor in math, is all I know, to even think like that. But it's from evening to evening. No matter how you slice the pie. Look at Acts 27:9. So Acts 27:9. And much time having passed, and the sailing now being dangerous because the fast was already over. Okay, so this just proves that even in what they call the New Testament, that their Messiah Paul was actually knew about the fast, was observing the fast here. So that's proof of that. Oh, dude, okay. So the fast, you hear all kinds of crazy stuff, okay, about this, that it doesn't mean to not eat, that it means something different. And because they're saying afflict your being is something different than fasting or not eating, okay? And the only thing I can really say about that is several things, really. Is that, first of all, the Israelites have always fasted on Kafar. Always. Something they've always done. Okay. And besides that, context. Context matters. And how that is used in context absolutely matters. Okay. But in order to show that this is a fast to you in many ways. Sandra, you remember when we were reading that in Isaiah before, what a fast to Yahuwah is? Can you look that up?
Yashayahu 58.
Yeah, just look that up. And Isaiah 58:7. And just hold on a minute with that. Okay, so anybody got Strongs? You guys use the Strongs? I mean, it's based on the King James, but it does help in a lot of ways. If you got Strongs, get it out real quick, and I'll show you something in it. So, Strongs, go to H6031. In your Strongs. I don't know if they're all the same. Mine's 108, but probably not all the same. But anyway, it's in the Hebrew section. So 6031, H6031. Here is afflict 6031. Let me see, where is this at? Okay, let me see. Prime root, possibly, rather identity with 6030, which we go up there, it says afflict. Okay, so to begin to speak, to sing, shout, testify, announce, give account, afflict. Okay, answer, bring low, cry, hear, lift up, speak, testify, utter, witness, then rather through the idea of looking down or browbeating, to depress, lit or figurate, translate or introduce in various applications as follows: abase self, afflict. See that? Answer, mistake, chasten self, chasten yourself, deal hardly with, defile, exercise force, gentleness, humble, hurt, ravish, sing for, so afflict. Okay, so you see where it says you shall afflict your being right there? That would be H6031 in the Strongs. And so this sounds to be some type of punishment, does it not? Doesn't it? It seems to be implying some type of punishment. Okay, so all right, so it shall be a Kadesh Mikra for you, the Day of Atonement, and you shall afflict your beings. You see that? Verse 27. You do no work. It's a Day of Atonement to make atonement for you before Yahuwah. Okay, now, he who does not afflicted, this has for any being who is not afflicted on this day, verse 29, he shall be cut off from his people. See that? So it's applying some type of punishment, man, for atonement. This is where they used to do that self-flagellation. They'd whip themselves. You ever see people do that? That's why they would do it. Okay, and so this is what this is pointing to here, at least in Strong's. It is a Shabbat of rest to you, and you shall afflict your beings. In 32, on the 9th of the month, and from evening to evening, you observe Shabbat. Okay, all right. So, how do we get fast out of that? Okay, out of afflict, and the answer here is really found in Strong's Hebrew 6685. So go there. Strong's 6685. Look at that. So 6685 is Sami, or Psalm. from 6684. A fast. See it? A fast. Fast. So it's in the Hebrew words. You see that? So in Hebrew, it's sami. It's not afflict. It's sami in Hebrew. And so if we go there, let's just say it says here fast or fasting. If we go to from 6684, so we go to 6684, it says zoom, a prism root to cover over the mouth, to fast. You see that? So that's the Hebrew word. So that it's not supposed to be afflict. It's not supposed to be H6031. It's supposed to be H6685 in Hebrew, a fast or fasting. You see that? That's how they made that. That's how that mistake was made. Now, with that said, is fasting affliction? Yeah, it is. You're punishing your body. So it can be, this is why it can be the same word. It can be this word, this H6031, afflict, because fasting is affliction. See, but the thing that to help with all this is to remember that the Hebrew have always fasted on this day. They always have. It's been their custom forever to fast on Yom Kippur, or the Day of Atonement. Why? Because they're focusing all their attention on their eternal destination, on Yahuwah, not on themselves. You know, and so they don't want to serve the flesh. They don't want to pay attention to anything else other than Yahuwah on this very critical Day of Atonement. Because when the year comes, the year that the Day of Yahuwah is going to come, this is it. This is the last chance. This day is it. And you're not going to have any more chances, because when the door shuts and the last trumpet blows, it's all she wrote. You can't get delivered after that. The door's going to close. So it's a very serious, very, very serious day, but it's also a day of celebration because we're looking forward to eternity with Yahuwah as well. So it's kind of like on both sides of the table there. Very serious for some, and very a delightful celebration, a joyous celebration for others. Okay. Yeah, let me see. Look at Leviticus 30 real quick, 16:30. Let me see. So Leviticus 16:30 or 29 through 34, really. For on that Yom, he makes atonement for you to cleanse you, to be clean from all your sins before Yahuwah. See that? So you can back up to like 29 and read down to 34, and explains it a little bit better. Who wants to read that one? Well, let's go ahead, man.
Well, I lost my place.
1629.
29. And in the 7th month, on the 10th yom of the month, you afflict your beings and do no work. The native or the stranger who sojourns among you, for on that yom he makes atonement for you, to cleanse you, to be clean from all your sins before Yahuwah. It is a Shabbat of rest for you, and you shall afflict your beings, a law forever.
Down to 34.
I'm sorry, now I've got to back up. And he shall make atonement. I lost my place. And the priest who is anointed and established to serve as priest in his father's place shall make atonement, and shall put on the linen garments, the set apart garments, and he shall make atonement for the most set apart place, and make atonement for the tent of meeting and for the altar, and make atonement for the priest and for all the people of the assembly. And this shall be for you a law forever, to make atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. And he did as Yahuwah commanded Moshe.
Okay. All right. So as you can see, this affliction is everything. So what we're to do is deny everything that has to do with us. Again, just like on the Shabbat, really, sort of, but this time it's everything. It's food, water, entertainment, sex. It's everything that you can think of. Do nothing for yourself. It's all about Yahuwah and getting right with Yahuwah for your eternal destination. Begging him for forgiveness and deliverance. That's what this day is. And so to afflict your being on this day means denying yourself of earthly pleasures, possessions, positions, and anything else you can think of. Just totally denying yourself. Now that's affliction, isn't it? Yeah, it is. You totally denying yourself anything. Anything. This is a critical day, man. I mean, this is it. The last trumpet sounds, you don't get any more chances. You're done. You're either going to be delivered or you're not. Okay, and so that's what this is all about. I'm just kind of paraphrasing as I go along here. Everybody understanding where that's coming from? And so when they say, "Oh, it's not about fasting, it's about affliction," it means this or that. It means everything. It means everything, man. Get it right. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so it's definitely a fast to Yahuwah, but it's everything, really. And now this has it's not been fulfilled yet, right? But this has a significance in it's the after the trumpets came, it started counting down, then down what they call the 10 days of awe, and then it hits this day, and then afterwards you go into tabernacles for the week of tabernacles. Okay, so this would be 10 days of repentance with Yahuwah and with men. So if you have something against somebody, or they have something against you, you got 10 days to make it right before you come to Yahuwah and beg for forgiveness and deliverance. Because if you don't, he's not going to listen to you. And then after the end of that 10th day of awe, the door shuts, you're done. So you better get it right. So that's what this is all about, man. 10 days of repentance is what it really is. It begins with trumpets and ends at the end of the Day of Atonement. Because they call it the 10 days of awe. You can't find it in scripture, but that's just what they traditionally call it. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I keep thinking about the warning about blessed is the man who's found doing what he should be doing when his master returns. We want to make sure we don't have our bellies full if he comes back on Yom Kippur.
That's right. I mean, we don't want to get that far, push the envelope down to the last day before we try to get delivered, right? And forgiven. We want to make sure we're there before that ever happens. But for those, the good news is for people that maybe haven't believed or haven't been doing what they're supposed to do, and they decide that they want to repent, they can repent and be delivered down to the very last second. Right before this few seconds before this door shuts, they can be delivered. How? How is that possible? What can they do? You guys know the parable of the guy that was paying people 1 denarius, and then even the guys that worked only for an hour, they still got the same pay as the guys that worked all day. That's the same thing. And so if it goes all the way down to the end, and we've been working for 50 years, all right, serving Yahuwah, and all of a sudden this joker comes along, and there's only a few seconds left, and he does something, and he's forgiven, and he's in the right. And we had to work 50 years and endure through all that, but yet this guy gets in. How does that happen? Anybody know? How does that happen? Go ahead, Phyllis.
By his blood.
Ross?
Yahuwah chooses who he chooses.
Yeah, but we're talking a literal Hebrew mind stuff here. What is it, Sandra?
Does it have any relationship to those that are first going to be last and those that are last going to be first? You're going to get the same pay no matter when you start in the race.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but that's not what I'm asking. But yeah, that's a true statement. Yeah. Chance?
Is it an action toward repentance and obedience?
He's only got 5 seconds. How's he going to do all that?
Those calling upon the name of Yahuwah shall be saved.
There you go. There you go. Those who call on the name of Yahuwah shall be delivered. All they got to do is call on his name before that door closes, and they'll be delivered. So Scripture says. All right. Sandra, did you get that over in Isaiah? I looked up Isaiah 58:7. You want to read that for us? Now listen to this, man. Okay, so remember what I said. It's everything, right? It's everything, not just fasting. It's deny yourself totally, right? Don't do nothing for yourself. And Yahuwah explains it very well in Isaiah here. It's in Isaiah 58:7 if y'all want to go there and read along.
58:7 says,
Hang on a minute. You know what? Let's back up to 3, because this is important to understand. Back up to 3. Read it.
They
Actually,
say,
wait a minute, stop. Let's read this whole chapter, because I want you all to see that this is talking about this is serious. Okay, look at the first verse. Cry aloud, do not spare. Lift up your voice like a ram's horn. You hear that? This is the beginning of the days of all, man. Is it not? Yeah, it's beginning of the days of all. Go ahead, Sandra. Let's read the whole thing.
cry aloud, do not spare. Lift up your voice like a ram's horn. Declare to my people their transgression, and the house of Jacob their sins. Yet they seek me yom by yom, and delight to know my ways, as a nation that did righteousness and did not forsake the right ruling of the Elohim. They ask of me rulings of righteousness. They delight in drawing near to Elohim. They say, why have we fasted and you have not seen? Why have we afflicted our beatings and took no note? Look, in the yom of your fasting, you find pleasure, drive on all strife and contention, and to strike with the fist of wrongness. You do not fast as you do this yom, to make your voice heard on high. Is it a fast that I have chosen, a yom for a man to afflict his being? Is it to bow down his head like a bulrush and to spread out sackcloth and ashes? Do you call this a fast, an acceptable Yom to Yahuwah? Is this not the fast that I have chosen, to loosen the cords of wrongness, to undo the bands of the yoke, to exempt the oppressed, to break off every yoke? Is it not to share your bread with the hungry, and that you bring to your house the poor who are cast out? When you see the naked, and cover him and hide it, and not hide yourself from your own flesh, then your light would break forth like the morning, your healing spring forth speedily, and your righteousness shall go before you. The esteem of Yahuwah would be your rear guard. Then when you call, Yahuwah would answer. When you cry, he would say, here I am. If you take away the yoke from your midst, and the pointing of the finger and the speaking of unrighteousness, if you extend your being to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted being, then your light shall dawn in the darkness, and your darkness as noon. Then Yahuwah will guide you continually and satisfy your being in drought, strengthen your bones, and you shall be like a watered garden and like a spring of water whose mayim do not fail. And those from among you shall build the old waste places. You shall raise up the foundations of many generations, and you would be called the repairer of the break, the restorer of streets to dwell in. If you do turn back your foot from the Shabbat, from doing your pleasure on my set apart Yom, and call the Shabbat a delight, the set apart Yom of Yahuwah esteemed, and it shall esteem it. You're not doing your own ways, nor finding your own pleasure, nor speaking your own words. Then you shall delight yourself in Yahuwah, and I shall cause you to ride on the heights of the Eretz, and feed you with the inheritance of Yaakov, your father, for the mouth of Yahuwah has spoken.
All right, thank you. So you can see here, it's very clear. 58:3, they say, why have we fasted and you have not seen? Why have we afflicted our beings and you took no note? You see, I mean, there's different things. You see what I'm saying? You can see there that's two different things, but yet the same. And on the day of your fasting, you find pleasure and drive on all your labors. So although you're fasting, you're still doing what you want to do. It don't count. It don't count. You're still, no matter, just because you're not eating, you're still doing everything else you want to do. That don't count. That's not to you. You won't accept that. Yeah, it's a very powerful chapter, really. So then he goes from 5 on. He says, this is the fast I've chosen, and he tells you what he wants you to do. And look over at 10. If you extend your being to the hungry and satisfy the afflicted being, those who are hungry, you give them food, then your light shall dawn in the darkness, and your darkness is noon. You see that? So it's all about repenting to Yahuwah, afflicting your own self, and loving others as yourself. Don't you love yourself if you feed yourself? You find somebody that's afflicted and they're starving and you feed them. You know, that's a good thing. That's counted as your fasting to Yahuwah, the affliction of your fasting. Denying yourself totally. That's what he's talking about here. Everybody seeing it? I got a sneaking hunch. If it's the Day of Atonement and you go outside and there's a starving homeless person there eating out of your trash can, trying to find something to eat, and you run him off, say, get out of here, you weirdo. Leave my trash alone. you go back in your house, I think you're in trouble. I really do. But if you bring him in your house and give him something to eat, while you're flicking your bean, you're standing there watching him eat and you're hungry, you give him a full belly and send him on his way, maybe with $20 in his pocket or something, I think you're in a good position. I might be wrong, but that's just what I think. All right, go back to Leviticus.
Yeah, I see
So
that as that. I see that, Mark, with that scenario you just described, be like a blessing. You know what I mean? That's like a baruch from Yahuwah to be able to do that. You know, you remember when Abraham was told to bring Yitzhak onto the altar, and then there was the ram in the ram with his horns caught in the bush. It kind of reminds me of that. You know, if you found a homeless man at the end of your driveway doing that, that would be like a, you know, had to be sent by Yahuwah.
Yeah, go ahead, Ross.
My question is, do you do it just to get something, or do you do it to give it to the person? Do you do it having your hand stuck out to get it from the Father Yahuwah to get salvation, or are you just doing it to do it and then that happens? You know what I'm saying?
Yahuwah knows.
Yeah.
Yahuwah knows. You can't fool him. You might be able to fool me, but you can't fool Yahuwah. He knows what you're doing and why you're doing it. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this? All right. So I just, you hear all this crazy stuff, every year about these festivals, and it's just crazy. Okay. So, we did the Day of Trumpets. We're going through the 10 days of awe. We're done with Kafar. Now we have 5-day break, and then we get into booths or tents, right? Tabernacle. And so this all happens within a 15-day period, doesn't it? Let's go ahead and might as well finish reading it. Just go ahead and read all the way down through there. It's the rest of it's all about tabernacles, Jim. So let's go.
All right, Leviticus 23:33. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, On the 15th yom of the 7th month is the festival of Sukkot, for 7 yomen to Yahuwah. On the first yom, it is a set-apart mikra. You do no servile work. For 7 yomen, you bring an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. On the 8th yom, there shall be a set-apart mikra for you, and you shall bring an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. It is a closing festival. You do no servile work. These are the appointed times of Yahuwah, which you proclaim as set-apart gatherings to bring an offering made by fire to Yahuwah, a burnt offering and a grain offering, a slaughtering and drink offerings, as commanded for every yom, besides the Shabbats of Yahuwah, and besides your gifts, and besides all your vows, and besides all your voluntary offerings which you give to Yahuwah. On the 15th yom of the 7th moon, when you gather in the fruit of the land, observe the festival of Yahuwah for 7 yomen. On the first yom is a rest, and on the 8th yom a rest. And you shall take for you on the first yom the fruit of good trees, branches of palm trees, twigs of leafy trees, and willows of the stream, and shall rejoice before Yahuwah your Elohim for 7 yomim. and you shall observe it as a festival to Yahuwah for 7 yeomen in the year, a law forever in your generations. Observe it in the 7th month. Dwell in booths for 7 yeomen. All who are native Israelites dwell in booths, so that your generations know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Mitzrayim. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. Thus did Moshe speak of the Moedim of Yahuwah to the children of Israel.
All righty. Okay. So any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? On this one? Just tabernacles. Okay, so somebody explain to me what this is all about. What is it? What is tabernacles really, spiritually, symbolically telling us? Okay, don't forget what's happened now. He's fulfilling the last 3. These are all going to be fulfilled in 15-day period on the year of the day of Yahuwah, on the end, the last day, the day when the year that's going to really happen. It's going to happen within 15 days. Okay, so we went through trumpets, which was trumpets, the day of shout, if you will. We'll hear trumpet sound or shofar blown, and it's a warning of the coming last trump. It's also, believe it or not, it's the coming day of the first resurrection of the dead, when they'll be raised from the grave, and because that's going to happen first. And then we're going to hear the shout of a messenger. It will be like a trumpet. Is a final warning of the coming harvest of the earth, right? And then comes kafar, which is the last day of the 10 days later, the last day of the days of awe. It will be the final time when you can be delivered. And that door shuts, it's over. And it's also the day that the living, the ones that are still alive in Mashiach, will be, changed in the blink of an eye, the wink of an eyelid, if you will. And then they'll be caught away together to the clouds, fly away to meet Yahushua in there as he descends upon the Mount of Olives. And as they're doing that with Yahushua coming back to the Mount of Olives, the reapers will begin to remove the weeds by fire. Right? And so now, 5 days later, here comes Succoth. So what is it? Phyllis?
I hope I can express it as well as you taught it, but it represents the 7 years that we'll be on this earth waiting for the millennium to come on the 7th day. And then we come out of our tents on the 8th day to celebrate the eternity.
Okay. Sandra, what do you say?
So the 7 days is the 7 days that we receive the first resurrection. We receive their immortal bodies and go into the 1,000-year reign under Yahushua, and there'll be a remnant that's saved of mankind during that reign. The enemy is put into a pit. And then I think the 8th day is the eternal reign. That's why we come out of the tent. But we will get our immortal bodies, those first that were resurrected, the bride. The first fruit will get their eternal bodies on that 7th day. Those that had died with him will be raised and given their immortal bodies. And then those that are still alive at that time will get their immortal bodies. So it's like the bride becomes one with Yahusha. He comes down and we reign with him for 1,000 years. The booth or Sukkot represents our covering. Will be covered in immortality.
Okay. We can see this several different ways. Okay. But maybe the most clearest is that it's showing us the 7 millenniums. It's showing us the 6 millenniums of man ruling over himself, the 7th millennium, reign of Yahusha ruling over man, and then the 8th millennium going into eternity. It's actually backing up the 6 days of creation, isn't it? But on a deeper note, it's also representing Yahuwah coming down and tabernacling with his people on this earth. Okay. And yeah, like you said, the last great day, the 8th day, is the eternal reign. So it's a day of celebration of immortality. And that's why we don't stay in the booths or tents on the 8th day, because we come out of our temporary booths or flesh and we put on our immortal bodies and we celebrate eternity or immortality on the 8th great day. Now, is the 7th day of Tabernacles a Shabbat, high Shabbat? No, it's not. Is the 8th day the last great day? Yes, it's a Shabbat. So the first day and the 8th day are your Shabbats. And what happens after all this is done and over with? What happens after Yahusha has fulfilled these last 3 open appointed times? What happens, Sandra?
Isn't that where he pours out his wrath, separating the wheat from the tares and coming to the white throne of judgment? After that 1,000 millennium reign?
Yeah. After the 7th millennium comes the white throne judgment day, and where he separates the goats from the sheep. And then what? What happens then? Ross?
Is that when New Jerusalem comes down?
I think so. Yeah, because Scripture says that the wrong will never see the bride, and the bride is New Jerusalem. So yeah, we go into eternity, eternal reign with everyone that's been chosen. We'll all go into eternity and live with Yahuwah on the new earth, and it's be a new heaven and a new earth, and we're going to be living on it with Yahuwah for eternity. There's no place called heaven. It's going to happen on the new earth, in the new heaven. We're going to live on it. Will it be carbon like this one? No, it's not going to be carbon. It's going to be spiritual. So there's some type of, I don't know, solid, if you will, in the eternal reign. There's something there, but I mean, I can't explain what it is, but it has to be something. And so in that dimension, that higher dimension of existence, will be spiritual. And so will everything else. And so it's going to be kind of like, shall I dare say, heaven coming down to the earth type thing. You know, heaven's spiritual, right? See what I'm saying? All right. So, I don't know. Is there any other comments, thoughts, or questions on the 7
So is
appointed
that
time?
sort of like a transformation taking forth, since it no longer will be carbon and it will be transferred into the spiritual, like going back to Eden when he first created Hua and Adam? They're going back to eternity, going back into him, getting rid of all the carbon, and say, I don't know, I'm gonna take it back to me.
Yeah.
He's the
Yeah.
real, he's the power, he's the esteem.
Yeah. There's something like that. Some type of understanding is like that. Yeah. And like my personal understanding of it doesn't mean it's right. It just means this is how I understand it. That the millennium reign, everything's going to be restored back to like it was when the fall happened. And so when the fall happened, everything changed, right? Everything changed. The earth was cursed. Woman had to be in pain and suffering to have a child. You know, Adam started sweating. A big change happened. The serpent turned into a snake or whatever and started eating the dust. A big change happened. Everything became different. And so the original became a carbon copy of the original. And we're living on that fallen carbon copied delusion. Okay. The spiritual is the reality, it's the original. It's what is permanent and everlasting. The temporal, the carbon copy delusion is not. It's going to be gone. So it's not real. Okay. It's just a delusion till everything plays out the way he wants it to. But anyway, so it's going to go back not to the way it was, but it's going to go back to the way it was before, right after the fall, before the flood. We never rained until the flood. It never rained on the earth. Everything, all the fruit was humongous. The trees were humongous. You know, life was good. You still had the canopy protecting us from the UV of the suns. That's why people lived so long. Okay. It's going to go back to that time, right after the fall. Not a perfect time. It wasn't perfect, but it was a lot better than what we got now. And then after millennium reign, it's all going to be destroyed. He's going to bring in the new heaven and the new earth. And I think it's going to be totally different than how it even was before the fall. You know, before the fall, I think that's going to be gone because he says it's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. So that tells me you're going to wipe it all out and start over with something different. And that's where we're going to live, whatever that is. But it has to be a higher dimension because blood and flesh and blood cannot inherit the reign of Yahuwah. So it has to be a spiritual higher type dimension. Okay. All right. So is there any thoughts, comments, or questions here on chapter 23? I told you it was going to be long. I mean, I could have just kept going. There's a lot more stuff to cover on that, but I'm going to cut it right there. If you're interested in more, I mean, I got at least probably 5 videos about the appointed times. Some of them are really, really good. Take time to watch them. Lou White has a bunch of them out too on his channel. Take time to watch them. So I hope today's study on chapter 23 helps some people because it's a problem. I mean, every year we see it. And question every year seems like the same people. What am I supposed to do on this day, or what shouldn't I do? Like every single year, man. It's like, what are you doing the rest of the year? Are you not studying, man? You know. So basically, the first 4 have been fulfilled by Yahuwah. There's nothing to do but observe them. The last 3 have not been fulfilled. And so we need to do what he says to do on each one of them. It's all written right here. Now, there are some other places that talk about these. This isn't just the only one. Like, remember in Exodus 12, we talked about the law of the Passover where you couldn't break the bones. Remember that? So you got Exodus 12, the law of the Passover, Exodus 12:46, and Psalms 34:20. You have matzah in Exodus 13. And then, of course, you have all of them here in Leviticus 23. He talks about the Passover and unleavened bread in Deuteronomy 16. He talks about the second Passover. A lot of people don't know there's a second Passover, but there is. For what? For the ones who couldn't get to the first Passover. They were allowed to go to the second Passover, which was a month later, and it was the same exact rules. 1 month later. And that's in Numbers 9. It'll be Numbers 9. And then there's the 3 pilgrimage feasts. The 3 pilgrimage feasts is talked about in Deuteronomy 16. Deuteronomy 16, 3 through 17. And those would be the festival of unleavened bread, the festival of weeks, or Shabbat, and then the festival of booths, which is tabernacles. Though all those 3 are what they call the pilgrimage feasts. So there's 3 feasts. And that's in Deuteronomy 16, 3 through 17. And believe it or not, in Numbers 11:29, Moses prophesied about the day of Shabbat, Pentecost. Go there. Numbers 11. So Numbers 11, which is going to be the next book we're getting into, by the way. 29. Moses prophesied about Shabuath. So it says, then Moshe said to him, are you jealous for my sake? Oh, that all the people of Yahuwah were prophets, that Yahuwah would put his Ruach upon them. There you go. Moses prophesying about Shabuath in the outpouring of the Ruach HaKodesh. Hundreds of years before it happened. Thousands, actually. All right. All right. That's it for Leviticus 23 for now. Any comments, thoughts, or questions up to this point? Chance have to go change diapers or what? He left us. All righty, let's see now. Who wants to do Leviticus 24? Delete that, go for it. The rest of Leviticus isn't going to be as deep and so as deep, you know. They'll go fairly quickly. Go ahead, Talitha.
Okay. 24. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, command the children of Yisrael that they bring to you clear oil of pressed olives for the light, to make the lamps burn continually. Outside the veil of the witness, in the tent of meeting, Aaron is to arrange it from evening until morning before Yahuwah continually, a law forever throughout your generations. He is to arrange the lamps on the clean gold lampstand before Yahuwah continually. And you shall take fine flour and bake 12 cakes with it, 2/10 of an ephah in each cake. And you shall set them in 2 rows, 6 in a row, on the clean table before Yahuwah. And you shall put clear frankincense on each row, and it shall be on the bread as a remembrance portion, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. On every Shabbat he is to arrange it before Yahuwah continually, from the children of Yasharel, an everlasting covenant. And it shall be for Aaron and his sons, and they shall eat it in the set apart place, because it is most set apart to him from the offerings of Yahuwah made by fire, an everlasting law. And the son of a Yisraelite Asha, whose father was a Mitzrite, went out among the children of Yisrael. And the Yisraelite Asha's son and a man of Yisrael strove in the camp.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't have to move.
It's better, yeah.
Oh, now you just have to stand there, though.
Thank you. And the Yisraelites Asha's son blasphemed the name and cursed. So they brought him to Musha. Now his mother's name was Shelomith, the daughter of Dibri, of the tribe of Dan. And they put him in under guard, that it might be declared to them at the mouth of Yahuwah. And Yahuwah spoke to Musha, saying, Bring the one who has cursed outside the camp, and all those who heard him shall lay their hands on his head, and all the congregation shall stone him. And speak to the children of Yisrael, saying, Anyone who curses his Elohim shall bear his sin, and he who blasphemes the name of Yahuwah shall certainly be put to death, and all the congregation certainly stone him, the stranger as well as the native. When he blasphemes the name, he is put to death. And he who smites the life from any man shall certainly be put to death. And he who smites a beast repays it, body for body. And when a man inflicts a blemish upon his neighbor, as he has done so, it is done to him. Fracture the fracture, eye for fracture, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. As he inflicts a blemish upon him, so it is done to him. And he who smites a beast repays it, and he who smites a man to death is put to death. You are to have one right ruling, for the stranger and for the native. For I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. And Musha spoke to the children of Yisrael, and they brought the one who cursed outside the camp, and stoned him with stones. And the children of Yisrael did as Yahuwah commanded Musha.
Thanks, Lita. Okay. So here we can see, that Yahushua didn't, or Yahuwah did, in fact, tell him to put people to death for breaking the 10 Commandments, basically. So, is cursing Yahuwah, or where it says, and he who blasphemes the name of Yahuwah shall certainly be put to death, is that a violation of the 10 Commandments? Would it be? Cursing or blaspheming his name? It is, isn't it? So the penalty's death. What do you think? Can people be, obviously back here during this training phase, they didn't cut them any mercy. There was no pardon. But can people be forgiven for this sin now? Or is this somebody who curses and blasphemes his name, are they condemned to death? Sandra?
So this was during the time of instant judgment. There was no favor that had been given yet because Yahushua had not come to give us that favor. And remember, I think it's a prayer where Yahushua said they call Yahushua Beelzebub for healing a man, and he said all manner of blasphemy can be forgiven if you blaspheme the name or you blaspheme Elohim. He said, but the blaspheming of the Ruach Kadesh, that's the only one that's unforgiven.
Good. Yeah, so certainly they can be forgiven. Now, okay. But back then it was punishment of death in each. And here it says they stoned him. They took him outside the camp and stoned him to death. So what does this mean here? And when a man inflicts a blemish upon his neighbor, and he has done so, it is done to him. Fracture for fracture, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. As he inflicts a blemish upon him, so it is done to him. And he who smites a beast repays it, and he who smites a man to death is put to death. What does all that mean? If you accidentally threw a rock and hit somebody in the eye and put their eye out, does that mean that they'd hold you down and stick a stick in your eye and put your eye out? Or the man had the right to do that? So they'd hold him down and hit the guy do it for revenge? Is that what that all means? Revenge? Or is this just something that's like metaphoric or something? Talita?
I was under the impression that it's not. I mean, it's not. It wouldn't be revenge because revenge is for Yahuwah only. But I was under the impression that it was more like if it's more intentional. Like I don't know if the guy accidentally knocks out his eye, but I mean, even later we're told that like we will be judged by the same measure that we use to judge others. So it's kind of like along those lines, right? So if you take someone else's life, then your life is owed for that life. I don't know.
And when a man inflicts a blemish upon his neighbor,
That
does
I
he
think
have,
like
oh,
it's words, no? Because you can't actually put a blemish on your neighbor, but that must be even like you speaking of your neighbor.
what if they get in a fight?
Yeah.
He could deform him or put a blemish on him. You know, this kind of reminds me of, and you know, be careful what you're doing, man. You don't want to be fighting somebody, you know, and whatever you do to them, break their bone or knock their eye out or put a blemish on them or a scar on them or something, then they do it to you. Is just kind of, to me, it's saying, you know, love your neighbor. Don't start nothing because whatever you do is going to happen to you. I mean, is this right ruling to you? Does it sound like right ruling? Does it sound like it's fair? I mean, definitely that don't happen in our society, but does it kind of seems like it should.
I mean, I find it even goes as far as like what you say about other people.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
you know, like we use our words so, I don't know, so like we say things so easily without thought of like what they actually mean or what actually happens, right? But even for us, if we say something like, you know, we're like cursing somebody and then that thing happens to them, you know, you better watch out.
It seems like right ruling to me. It seems like this is the way it should be. And then maybe people wouldn't fight or beat up other people, or be mean to people. Go ahead, Phyllis.
In Matthew chapter 5, verse 38,
Mhm.
he says, "You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist the wicked. But whoever slaps you on your right cheek, then the other to him, turn the other to him also. And he who wishes to sue you, take away your inner garment, let him have your outer garment as well." And it goes on.
And what do you think that means?
I think
Go ahead.
um,
Go ahead, Phyllis.
I just thought that meant his things have changed since he came back.
Does Yahuwah change? Yahuwah doesn't change. He's immutable. Go ahead, Talitha.
I think Sandra might have been first, but I don't know if she's answering the question that you're asking.
Sandra. Okay, go ahead.
But then
I was just going to say, when you originally asked this question about this, I think this is referencing to what you sow, you also shall reap, more than anything. And then when Sister Phyllis added Matityahu, that chapter is talking about the higher calling of how Yahuwah is. And he's saying, he said, but I say unto you, he's not changing this. He's just saying, in addition to this, let's go a little step further. Let's look at it how I look at it. He reigns on the wicked as well as the good every day. So he's implementing, since he came during the 4,000, he's implementing the forgiveness rather than the literal taking your brother's eye. In other words, I think in Marshall it say, if you dig a pit for someone, you're going to fall into the same pit that you dug for someone else, or something like that. So what he's saying, that's what I'm getting from that. Eye for an eye, fracture for fracture. In other words, it's so many times, I think during the king, there was a man that had taken off somebody's thumbs and had taken their eyes, and they did the same judgment to him, is what I'm recalling. So in other words, like to me, she said, don't judge unless you also be judged. In other words, whatever you sow, that's what you're going to reap. You sowed taking your brother's whatever body part, or took his eye, then you're going to reap that. In other words, you're sowing your own to your own destruction.
Yeah, I think you had a point there where you're saying that Yahusha's showing you how he would react to these things, and because it does speak of the higher calling at the end when he says that chapter, he says, if you're be perfect for your father and the Shemaim is perfect. Just speaking of perfect love, and so it's showing that what somebody who has really pure, perfect love for somebody else, how they should react to these things, and you don't have an enemy, basically, and so if they, he says, the word scripture says, love your neighbor and hate your enemy. And he says, I'm telling you to love your enemy too, and so this is, I think, an example of how we should conduct ourselves if we're trying to reach the higher calling, become the bride. I think that's what that Matthew's all about. This right here, I'm not real sure if it's means literally that they were supposed to do that, or if they even did it. But it does say that they took him outside the camp and stoned him with stones, which leads me to believe they took this seriously. They really did this. That's what it seems like to me.
But they were
Otherwise-
under sin and death at that time. Remember,
Yes.
there was no forgiveness given at that time.
No, they took him outside of the camp and stoned him. It says, and Moses spoke to the children of Israel, and they brought the one who cursed outside the camp and stoned him with stones. And the children of Israel did as Yahuwah commanded Moses. See that? That statement right there alone suggests that they were actually doing this. And the children of Israel did as Yahuwah commanded Moses. I mean, that seems like it's saying they did exactly what this is saying. This is what they did. This was the right ruling. This is how they judged it. It's how they did things. You know what I mean? And don't forget, this is train. They're still young here. You know, this is still training. They haven't even crossed the Jordan River yet. They're still in serious training class right now. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, that's part of what I was going to say, is that this is like in the beginnings. So it was more about establishing to actually follow the commands and to not do wrong. Just like, you know, when you talk about the slaughterings, and the whole idea was that people would actually not do those sins so that they wouldn't have to slaughter all those animals, right? But
Yeah.
at the same, you know, it didn't end up working. But I think it's more about that it's in the training, because then later the one in Matthew is like, that's with Yahusha. And I feel like that is an example of like, we are not the ones, if people need to be punished, we're not the ones to inflict that punishment upon them. You know, they will get whatever punishment Yahuwah believes they deserve in his time, when he's ready, when he places judgment, or potentially before. You know, they'll have their punishment, and it's not for us to inflict that. It's for us to love them. Right?
Yeah. It almost seems like this is telling us how it would be without love. And then in Matthew, he's shown us what it would be with love. You know, I don't know. Just kind of, I don't know. But over here in 24:4, where it says, he arranged the lamps in the clean gold lampstand before Yahuwah continually. And you shall take the fine flour and bake 12 cakes with it, 2/10 alpha in each cake, and you shall set them in 2 rows, 6 in a row, on the clean table before you. So that would be the showbread. And you shall put clear frankincense on each row, and it shall be on the bread as a remembrance portion, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. And on every Shabbat, he is to arrange it before Yahuwah continually from the children of Israel, an everlasting covenant. You see, the priests are doing work on the Shabbat here inside the temple, even. You know what I'm saying? So, interesting. By fire as well. Offering made by fire on Shabbat. So, yeah, a lot of interesting stuff there in chapter 24 to think about. Who wants to get us all? Any comments, thoughts, or questions? 24, 23, or 24? Who wants to read 25? Go ahead, Oz.
25. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe on Mount Sinai, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you come into the land which I give you, then the land shall observe a Shabbat to Yahuwah. 6 years you sow your field, and 6 years you prune your vineyard, and gather in its fruits. But in the 7th year the land is to have a Shabbat of rest, a Shabbat to Yahuwah. Do not sow your field, and do not prune your vineyard. Do not reap what grows of its own, of your harvest, and do not gather the grapes of your unpruned vine, for it is a year of rest for the land. And the Shabbat of the land shall be to you for food, for you and your servant, and for your female servant, and your hired servant, and for the stranger who sojourns with you, and for your livestock and the beasts that are in your land. All its crops are for food. And you shall count 7 Shabbats of a year for yourself 7 times 7 years. And time of 7 times 7 years. And the time of the 7 Shabbats of years shall be to you 49 years. You shall then sound a ram's horn to pass through on the 10th day of the 7th month of the Day of Atonement. Cause a ram's horn to pass through all your land. And you shall set the 50th year apart, and proclaim release throughout all the land to all its inhabitants. It is a jubel for you. And each of you shall return to his possession, and each of you return to his claim. The 50th year is a jubel to you. Do not sow nor reap that what grows of its own, nor gather from its unpruned vine. It is a jubel. It is set apart to you. Eat from the fields its crops. In the year of this jubel, let each one of you return to his possession. And when you sell whatever to your neighbor or buy from the hand of your neighbor, do not exploit one another. According to the number of years after the jubel you buy from your neighbor, and according to the number of years of crops he sells to you. If many years, increase the price of him. If few years, decrease the price of him, for the number of the crops he is selling to you. And do not oppress one another, but you shall fear your Elohim. For I am Yahuwah your Elohim, and you shall do my laws and guard my right rulings, and shall do them, and you shall dwell in the land in safety. And the land shall yield its fruit, and you shall eat to satisfaction, and shall dwell there in safety. And since you might say, what do we eat in the 7th year, since we do not sow nor gather in our crops? Therefore I have commanded my blessing on you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth the crop for 3 years. And you shall sow in the 8th year, and eat of the old crop until the 9th year. Eat of the old until its crop comes in, and the land is not to be sold beyond reclaim, for the land is mine. For you are sojourners and settlers with me, and provide for a redemption for the land in all the land of your possession. When your brother becomes poor and has sold some of his possessions, and his redeemer, a close relative, comes to redeem it, then he shall redeem what his brother sold.
Okay, hang on. What's that called? Verse 27. What's that talking about? When your brother becomes poor and has sold some of his possession, and his redeemer, a close relative, comes to redeem it, then he shall redeem what his brother sold. What is that called? Anybody? Roz?
Kinsman redeemer.
Yes. Kingsman, redeemer. Okay, go ahead, Oz.
And when the man, 26. And when the man has no one, and when the man has no one to redeem it, but he himself becomes able to redeem it, then let him count the years since its sale, and return the remainder to the man to whom he sold it, that he shall return to his possession. And if his hand has not found enough to give back to him, then what was sold shall remain in the hand of him who bought it until the year of Jubel, and it shall be released in the Jubel, and he shall return to his possessions. And when a man sells a house in a walled city, then his right of redemption shall be at the end of the year after it's sold. His right of redemption lasts a year, but if it's not redeemed within a complete year, Then the house in the walled city shall be established beyond reclaim to the buyer of it throughout his generations. It is not released in the Jobel. The houses of villages, however, which have no wall around them, are reckoned as the field of the country. The right of redemption belongs to it, and they are released in the Jobel. As for the cities of the Luim and the houses in the cities of their possession, the Luim have a right of redemption forever, and that which is redeemed from the Luim, both the sale of a house and the city of his possession, shall be released in the year of Jobel, because the house in the cities of the Luim are their possession in the midst of the children of Israel. But the field of the open land of their cities is not sold, for it is their everlasting possession. And when your brother becomes poor, and his hand has fallen with you, then you shall sustain him, and he shall live with you like a stranger or a sojourner. Take no interest from him, or profit, but you shall fear your Elohim, and your brother shall live with you. Do not lend him your silver on interest, and do not lend him your food for profit. I am Yahuwah your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim to give you the land of Canaan to be your Elohim. And when your brother who dwells by you becomes poor, and sells himself to you, do not make him serve as a slave, but as a hired servant. As a settler he is with you, and serves you until the end of the year of Jubel. And then he shall leave you, he and his children with him, and shall return to his own clan, even return to the possessions of his fathers. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Israel. They are not sold as slaves. Do not rule over him with harshness, but you shall fear your Elohim, and your male and female slaves, whom you have from the nations that are around you. From them you buy male and female slaves, and also from the sons of the strangers sojourning among you. From them you buy, and from their clans who are with you, which they shall bring forth in your land, and they shall be your property. And you shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them as a possession. They are your slaves for all time. But over your brothers, the children of Israel, you do not rule with harshness, one over another. Now, when a sojourner or a settler with you becomes rich, and your brother with him becomes poor, and sells himself to the settler or the sojourner with you, or to a member of the sojourner's clan, after he has been sold, there is a right of redemption to him. One of his brothers does redeem him, or his uncle or his uncle's son does redeem him, or anyone who is close relative to him in his clan does redeem him. Or, if he is able, then he shall redeem himself, and he shall reckon with him who bought him. The price of his release shall be according to the number of years, from the year that he was sold to him until the year of Jubel, and the Jamim of a hired servant it is with him. If there are yet many years, according to them, he repays the price of his redemption from the silver of his purchase. And if few years are left until the year of Jubel, then he shall reckon with him. And according to his years, he repays him the price of his redemption. He is with him as a yearly hired servant, and he does not rule with harshness over him before your eyes. And if he is not redeemed in these years, then he shall be released in the year of Jubel, he and his children with him. Because the children of Israel are servants to me. They are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Mizraim. I am Yahuwah your Elohim.
All right, thanks, Oz. Okay, so Jubilee here. Somebody explain Jubilee to us real quick. Yobel, Jubilee. Very quick explanation. What is it? Phyllis?
It's a time of release that the whatever is possessed, and it gets released and we start over again.
Does that sound like right ruling to you? I mean, do you think that's the way it should be? If it was that way, things would be a lot better, or not? So Jubilee is every 50th year, and it's really a day of liberty, isn't it? So when everything's released, goes back to the original owner. In the meantime, it prorates. And so the kingsman redeemer can come and pay off the debt or whatever early at a prorated amount. So if it's only been like 5 years, it costs a lot more. If it's been 40 years, it costs a lot less. Or they could just wait till the 50th year and be cut loose. So this pertains to all kinds of stuff. How about the land? What's up with the land? And the land is not to be sold beyond reclaim, for the land is mine, for you are sojourners and settlers with me. And so they weren't allowed to sell it beyond reclaim. And provide for a redemption for the land and all the land of your possession. So what, how many years was the Jubilee for land release? 50? How many years did they have to go to they weren't allowed to grow, harvest anything, grow anything on the land? They had to let it rest for a year. How many years was that? Talita?
7.
Anybody else? Everybody agree with 7 years? Phyllis?
It was 6 years, and the 7th year they rested.
Yeah, right. Rest on the 7th year. Did they do that? No, we haven't gotten into that yet, but that's one of the biggest reasons they got the boot, isn't it? It talks about that, and what Ezekiel, I believe, and Daniel talks about all that. Roz?
Wouldn't it be the same for the Jubilee? Because it would be 49 years and then the year rest.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm confused about that too.
But it's 7 times 7 years.
It was 7 times 7 years, which is 49 years. So 7 years of rest, and then the 50th year is the Jubilee. So
Yeah.
I'm confused about how you're saying it's 6 years.
the land had to rest every 7 years.
That's right, 7 times for the Jubilee, 7 times.
Yeah, for it was a Jubilee, but it was only a 7-year Jubilee. But the Jubilee, the 50-year one, everything got released.
Yeah, but you were saying it was 6, so I'm confused about that. You're saying it was only 6 years, but it's 7 years.
6 years, and the 7th year you had to leave it rest, lay foul. That's what she was saying. So 7 years. She just said it differently. You all know about the 390 years, and then times the penalty is 7, and made it 2,730 years a penalty curse. You know about all that. That's because they weren't allowing, they weren't doing their jubilees. Mainly, they weren't letting the land rest. That's why that happened to them. It would have been 390 years if they would have repented and started obeying it, but they didn't. So since they didn't obey it after 390 years, the 7-year curse got put on them and it became 2,730 years. When did that end? Or did it end? If it ended, when did it end? Anybody know? We haven't gotten into that yet, but well, we've talked about it before, but probably talk about that little bit more in this next chapter, though. Okay.
Was that during the time of Ezekiel when they were in captivity for 70 years that he announced Ezekiel Yeketsko to lie on his side for 390 days, and if they didn't correct themselves, I think it's somewhere Uyiqara that he added 7 more years to that.
Yeah, it's in Ezekiel and Daniel as well. But yeah, it's we'll get into that a little bit more here in this next chapter. Okay, but yeah, it's ended in 2008 is when that curse ended. So 2008, and that's just about the time the true name started surfacing, the Natsarim started appearing, and things started changing. And the truth started being spoken. Just about that time period, 2008. Wouldn't it, Phyllis? Y'all were around back then. Would you say that's about the time it started coming?
Yes, sir. We did a short video on that.
I'll look that up. Let's see a loose video on that. The curse ended in 2008 or whatever. It's real, man. It really did happen. And every year it goes by, there's more and more awakening. Go ahead, Phyllis.
That was when people started saying Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah, and it just went all over the world.
Yeah, and they started saying Yahuwah and Yahusha too. Yeah, it definitely was the awakening began. You know, it's kind of weird. After a while, when the words started getting out more and more and more, and everybody was talking about the Great Awakening, the ending of the curse, all of a sudden this thing called woke came on the scene. You know what I mean? Woke, right? And I thought immediately, as soon as I heard that, I thought, they're mocking Yahuwah. You know, at the Great Awakening, woke. You know what I mean? There goes Satan again. Just made sense to me. So yeah, this is all about the Jubilee here. So yeah, we'll get into more of that here in just a minute in this next chapter. Is there any questions, thoughts, comments on this? Because we're going to get into it more here in chapter 26. Who wants to read it? Joe, go ahead, man.
Okay.
26. Do not make idols for yourselves, and do not set up a carved image or a pillar for yourselves, and do not place a stone image in your land to bow down to it. For I am Yahuwah, your Elohim. Guard my Sabbaths and reverence my set-apart place. I am Yahuwah. If you walk in my laws and guard my commands and shall do them, then I shall give you rain in its season, and the land shall yield its crops, and the trees of the field yield their fruit. And your threshing shall last till the time of the grape harvest, and the grape harvest shall last till the time of sowing. And you shall eat your bread until you have enough, and shall dwell in your land safely. And I shall give peace in the land, and you shall lie down, and no one make you afraid. And I shall clear the land of evil beasts, and not let the sword go through your land. And you shall pursue your enemies, and they shall fall by the sword before you. And 5 of you shall pursue 100, and 100 of you pursue 10,000. And your enemies shall fall by the sword before you. And I shall turn to you and make you bear fruit, and shall increase you, and shall establish my covenant with you. And you shall eat the old supply, and clear out the old because of the new. And I shall set my mission, what is that? Mishkan in your midst, and my being shall not reject you. And I shall walk in your midst, and shall be your Elohim, and you shall be my people. I am Yahuwah, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of the Natsarim, from being their slaves. And I have broken the bars of your yoke, and made you walk upright. But if you do not obey me, and do not do all these commands, and if you reject my laws, or if your being loathes my right rulings, so that you do not do all my commands, but break my covenant, I also do this to you. I shall appoint sudden alarm over you, waste and disease and inflammation, destroying the eyes and consuming the life. And you shall sow your seed in vain, for your enemies shall eat it. And I shall set my face against you, and you shall be smitten before your enemies. And those who hate you shall rule over you, and you shall flee when no one pursues you. And after all this, if you do not obey me, then I shall punish you 7 times more for your sins. And I shall break the pride of your power, and shall make your shamarim like iron, and your arets like bronze. And your strength shall be spent in vain, and your land not yield its crops, nor the trees of the land yield their fruit. And if you walk contrary to me, and refuse to obey me, I shall bring on you 7 times more plagues, according to your sins, and send wild beasts among you, which shall bereave you of your children. And I shall cut off your livestock, and make you few in number, and your highways shall be deserted. And if you are not instructed by me by these, but walk contrary to me, then I also shall walk contrary to you, and I myself shall smite you 7 times for your sins. And I shall bring against you a sword executing the vengeance of my covenant. And you shall gather together in your cities, and I shall send pestilence among you. You shall be given into the hand of the enemy. When I have cut off your supply of bread, 10 women shall bake your bread in one oven, and they shall bring back to you your bread by weight, and you shall eat and not be satisfied. And if in spite of this you do not obey me, but walk contrary to me, then I shall walk contrary to you in wrath, and I myself shall punish you 7 times for your sins. And you shall eat the flesh of your sons, and eat the flesh of your daughters. And I shall destroy your high places, and cut down the sun pillars, and put your carcasses on the carcasses of your idols. And my being shall loathe you. And I shall turn your cities into ruins, and lay your set-apart places waste, and not smell your sweet fragrances. And I shall lay the land waste, and your enemies who dwell in it shall be astonished at it. And I shall gather among you, and I shall scatter you among the Gentiles, and draw out a sword after you. And your land shall be the desert, and your enemies' ruins. And the land enjoys its Sabbaths as long as it lays waste, and you are in your enemy's land. Then the land would rest and enjoy its Sabbaths. As long as it lies waste, it rests. For the time it did not rest on the Sabbaths when you dwelled in it. And as for those of you who are left, I shall send faintness into their hearts in the lands of their enemies, and the sound of a shaken leaf shall cause them to flee. And they shall flee as though retreating from a sword, and they shall fall when no one pursues. And they shall stumble over one another, as from before the sword, when no one pursues. And you shall be unable to stand before your enemies, and you should perish among the Gentiles, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up. And those of you who are left rot away in their crookedness in their enemies' lands, and also in their fathers' crookednesses, rot away with them. But if they confess their crookedness and the crookedness of their fathers with their trespass in which they trespassed against me, and that they also have walked contrary to me, and that I also walked contrary to them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies. If their uncircumcised heart is then humbled, and they accept the punishment of their crookedness, then I shall remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Yishak, and remember my covenant with Abraham, and remember the land. For the land was abandoned by them, and enjoying its Sabbaths, while lying waste without them. And they were paying for their crookedness, because they rejected my right rulings, and because their being loathed my laws. And yet for all this, when they are in the land of their enemies, I shall not reject them, nor shall I loathe them so as to destroy them and break my covenant with them. For I am Yahuwah, their Elohim. Then I shall remember for their sake the covenant of the ancestors, whom I brought out of the land of Mitzrayim, before the eyes of the nations, and be their Elohim. I am Yahuwah. These are the laws and the right rulings in the Torah, which Yahuwah made between himself and the children of Israel on Mount Sinai by the hand of Moshe.
All righty. So that's sure a lot of ifs in there, wasn't there? If you do, if you this, and if you do that, or if you don't do this, and if you don't do that, a lot of ifs. Okay, so obedience brings rain and abundance, and disobedience brings sevenfold punishment. And so this sevenfold punishment spoken about here gets implemented over in Ezekiel 4. And ends up being 390 years times 7, 2,030 year curse, which ended in 2008. Let's look at that really quick in Ezekiel while we're here. So it'll be Ezekiel 4. And it's in 5. Ezekiel 5. Probably down through 9, I guess. 5, 4, 4. Probably 4. Who wants to read that? Ezekiel 4, 4. Go ahead, Jim. Read it down through 9, 4 through 9.
All right. And lie on your left side, and you shall put the crookedness of the house of Israel on it. As many yeomen as you lie on it, you shall bear their crookedness. For I myself have laid on you the years of their crookedness, according to the number of the 390.
Hold on, Jim. June, let me refresh. Hang on a minute. You're breaking up. Be right back. Okay, June, try now.
All right, verse 5. For I myself have laid on you the years of their crookedness, according to the number of the yeomen, 390 yeomen, and you shall bear the crookedness of the house of Israel. And when you have completed them, you shall lie again on your right side, and shall bear the crookedness of the house of Yehuda, 40 yeomen, a yom for a year. I have laid on you a yom for a year. Then you shall set your face toward the siege of Jerusalem, with your arm bared, and you shall prophesy against it. And see, I shall put cords on you, so that you do not turn from one side to another until you have completed the yomim of your siege.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you, but I
Roz and
can't hear
can't
June.
hear.
No.
I'm going to have to leave. Bye.
Okay. And I'm on verse 9. Is everyone hearing? Okay.
Oz and I can hear all of you.
I can
Okay.
hear
We
everybody.
heard Roz and we could hear Phyllis and we can hear you.
Okay.
Everybody turn their mics off, and I'm going to refresh it one more time.
Okay.
Everybody turn their mics off. Okay, now get Phyllis back. All
I
right,
can hear now. Thank you.
everybody cool now? Everybody groovy, man? Okay, Jim, thank you. All right. So what this is saying is
Gotta go because I can't hear anything. I can't hear you, Mark.
You can't hear
It's
me?
like it's Phyllis and I tend to play off of each other the computers for some reason.
Okay, everybody turn their mic off. All right, let me see. Let's see if she comes back in here real quick. I don't know why that's doing that. That last time, didn't it? Yeah, last week too. About the same time. Let's just see if they come back in. Here comes Roz. Can you hear us now, Roz?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Let's see what happens when Phyllis comes in. Come on, Phyllis.
It did that last week though too.
Yeah, I know. It's weird, man. Something has to be StreamYard. Here she comes. Everybody, are we hearing everybody now? Ross, you still hearing us?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I don't know. I couldn't hear June before.
Okay. You got me now?
Yeah, I
Okay.
gotcha.
All right, everybody turn their mics off. All right, now. All right, so so this is what they called the curse here, okay? It's when they got ran off. So Ephraim got ran off. Are y'all hearing me? Sit Phyllis? Okay. And so they got ran out of Israel and scattered. Ephraim did, the northern tribe. And not Yehuda, but Ephraim, the northern tribe did, okay? And so Yehudim got in trouble too during the Babylonian captivity, but this was the Assyrian invasion, okay, that scattered Ephraim, and so that happened about 722, year 722, and then it was supposed to be. You see here in 9, it was supposed to be 390 days, okay. And if they would have listened and done what they were supposed to do, but they didn't. So since they didn't, then this 7 times over here, 7 times more for your sins, for the punishment of 7 times that we just read in Leviticus, kicked in because they didn't do what they're supposed to do. So now it's 390 times 7. Well, okay. Which gave us 2,730 years of exile, Ephraim. All of us that are living all scattered all over the world is Ephraim. Okay. Yehuda went back after 70 years of Babylonian captivity. Okay, so it started in 722 minus and ended in 2008. So if you take 722 and add it to 2008, you should get 2,730, don't you? Come on, you math wizards. Am I correct in my mathematics? Okay. All right, so that's what it is. Here, Rick's got it up here, actually. Here you go. See what Rick's got here? 7 times 390, 2,730 years of exile, began in minus 722 or 722 BCE, and when it started, and then it ended in 2008, and that's considered the Great Awakening period. Okay, which amazingly, we're all living through it, man. Ephraim, you've been woke up. So how cool is that? So that's where all that comes from. And then if we go to Daniel 9, let me see if I can remember. It's been a long time since a lot of this stuff, I studied it and I knew it really well at the time I was studying it, but it's been years sometimes, and then you forget, and you got to kind of refresh your memory, go back and review it, but I haven't done that. But I'm trying to remember as much as possible here. But Daniel 9 talks about, let's see, I think it's Daniel 9. Yeah, here in Daniel 9 here, around 23, 24, his 70-week prophecy of Daniel. Y'all probably heard of that, haven't you? So the 70-week prophecy of Daniel here, or 70 weeks are decreed for the people, for your set-apart city, to put an end to the transgression, and to seal up sins, and to cover crookedness, and to bring an everlasting righteousness, and to set up vision and prophet, and to anoint the most set-apart place. And know then and understand, from the going forth of the command to restore, that's when they came back from Babylon, and build Jerusalem until Mashiach, the prince, is 7 weeks and 62 weeks. So that's where they're getting the 7 times 62 weeks, brings them up to a year. And then it's, I think, 457 BC, around the Second Temple era there. And it shall be built again with streets and trench, but in times of affliction. And after 62 weeks, Mashiach shall be cut off and have nothing, and the people of the coming prince shall destroy the city and the set-apart place, speaking of Titus in 70 AD. And so after the 62 weeks, Messiah comes, he's cut off, and that's when he's, staked. And then in 70 CE, then Titus comes in, the prince comes in there and destroys the temple. This all plays out perfectly in the historic years. This prophecy, and it happened exactly like it said when you do it all. So 7 weeks, 49, 7 times 7, 49, plus the 62 weeks. 434 plus the 1 week, 7, equals 490 years. Okay. And then the walls were rebuilt in 457 BC. So this all is prophecy, kind of going along with the prophecy that we just went through. So 7 weeks is 49 years, 62 weeks is 434 years, 1 week is 7 years. Middle of the week, that's 3.5 years. And the curse was in Ezekiel 4, 5, and 6 that we read about, and the 7-fold punishment is in Leviticus 26 that we just read. All right. There's where all that math is. There's videos. I have videos on all that too. If you're more interested in that, look up the videos. There's a lot of videos on it. I think I got at least 2 talking about it. Y'all doing good on hearing me still? Okay. All right, so excellent day. Anybody have any thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 26? Look at 33. And I shall scatter you among the Gentiles and draw out a sword after you. And your land shall be desert. He said he's ruins. Okay, so it says then the land, I'm going to scatter you among Gentiles and draw out sword after you. And your land shall be desert and your cities ruins, and the land enjoy its Shabbats as long as it lies waste. And it lies waste, and you are in your enemy's land. So since they didn't let the land rest on the Jubilee every 7 years, you kicked them out. And they gave the land its all its rest back. The rest that they stole from the land, Yahuwah gave it back to the land sevenfold. See that? 7 times 49. Or 390, I mean, times 7. 2,730 years of restoration to the land. They owed the land that many jubilees. That's crazy, ain't it? Then the land would rest and enjoy its Sabbath, Shabbats. As long as it lies waste, it rests. For the time it did not rest on your Shabbats when you dwelt in it. See that? So you gave them back the land back its rest 7 times. Wow, that's crazy, huh? All right, so any other thoughts, comments, questions on this? Kind of shows us a little bit about Israel's history here, doesn't it? Who wants to finish Leviticus off? Read chapter 27. And we'll finish this lesson. Go ahead, Oz.
Yeah, but after.
Sandra, do you want to read it? Sorry, I didn't see your hand. Let's say you put your hand up.
Oh, you good? You can go ahead.
Are you sure? I want you to read.
Yeah, I'm trying to listen and learn.
27. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When a man makes a vow to evaluate lives to Yahuwah, when your evaluation is of a male from 20 years old up to 6-year-old, then your evaluation shall be 50 shekels of silver, according to the shekel of the set-apart place. And if it is a female, then your evaluation shall be 30 shekels. And if from 5-year-old up to 20 years old, then your evaluation for a male shall be 20 shekels, and for a female 10 shekels. And if from a month old up to 5-year-old, then your evaluation for a male shall be 5 shekels of silver, and for a female your evaluation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if from 6 years old and above, if it is a male, then your evaluation shall be 15 shekels, and for a female 10 shekels. But if he is too poor to pay your evaluation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall set a value for him, according to the ability of him who vowed. The priest shall value him. And if it is a beast, and if it is a beast of which they bring an offering to Yahuwah, all such given to Yahuwah.
Hang on a minute. Did you just start into verse 9? Because I got lost.
Yes, verse 9.
Okay, just stop there for a minute. Okay, so you might want to mark this, but verse 1 through 8. So what's going on here? Does anybody know what's happening here with this? Okay, so what's going on here? This is the system that Yahuwah has gave them for redeeming. And so the system for redeeming is what this is. Buying back. Redemption means buying back. Okay. So system for buying something back. And so this is the vows of the price, the vows that for redeeming a person is what this one is. So vows of persons, if you will, people. 1 through 8. Okay. The system of redemption here for buying back. So 1 through 8 is
so they're evaluating like the worth of who they're buying back. Okay,
exactly. That's right. Okay. You was put worth on them. So you can see here by so males 20 years old to 60-year-old was valued at 50 shekels. So that's what it would take to buy them back, 50 shekels. If you were to be a kinsman redeemer, okay, you could buy them back for 50 shekels. See, so it's a vows of people. This whole chapter is system for redeeming or buying back. What the whole chapter is about. Okay, so individuals could vow themselves or family members to service. Okay, in this case, in the sanctuary, and in some type of supporting role or whatever. And if not serving, a specific valuation in silver was paid. So based on the age or the gender, they were valued by Yahuwah. And so the male from 20 years old to 60 years old was valued at 50 shekels. Verse 1 through 8. Okay? Now, verse 9 through 13 is going to be about animals. So it's the buyback of animals. Okay. All right. So go ahead and if there's no questions, comments, or anything, just go ahead and read from 9 through 13 now. Okay.
Number 9.
Yeah.
And if it is a beast of which they bring an offering to Yahuwah, all such given to Yahuwah is set apart. He is not to replace it or exchange it, good for spoil or spoiled for good. And if he at all exchanges beast for beast, then both it and the one exchange for it is set apart. And if it is any unclean beast of which they do not bring an offering to Yahuwah, then he shall present the beast before the priest, and the priest shall value it, whether it's good or spoiled, according to the evaluation of priest, so it shall be. But if he indeed redeems it, then he shall add 1/5 to your evaluation. And when a man sets his house apart to be set apart,
that's good. Hang on. All right, so the priest shall value it, if according to your valuation, O priest, so it shall be. But if he indeed redeems it, then he shall add 1/5 to your valuation. Okay, so this 9 through 13 is the vows of animals. For animals, okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that one? Okay, if not, just go ahead then. It's 14 through 25 now.
14 to 25.
And when a man sets his house apart to be set apart to Yahuwah, then the priest shall value it, whether it is good or spoiled. As the priest values it, so it stands. And if he who sets apart does redeem his house, then he shall add 1/5 of the silver of your evaluation to it, and it shall be his. And if a man sets apart to Yahuwah a field he owns, then your evaluation shall be according to the seed of it, a comer of barley seed at 20 shekels of silver. If he sets his field apart from the year of Jubel, according to your evaluation, it stands. But if he set his field apart after the Jubel, then the priest shall reckon to him the silver due according to the years that remain till the year of Jubel, and it shall be deducted from your evaluation. And if he who sets the field apart ever wishes to redeem it, then he shall add 1/5 of the silver of your evaluation to it, and it shall be his. And if he does not redeem the field, or if he has sold the field another man, it is no longer redeemed. But the field, when it is released in the Jubel, is set apart to Yahuwah as a dedicated field to be the possession of the priest. And if a man sets apart to Yahuwah a field which he has brought, which is not the field of his possession, then the priest shall reckon to him the amount of your evaluation, up to the year of Jubel, and he shall give your evaluation on that day, set apart to Yahuwah. And in the year of Jubel, the field returns to him from whom he bought it, to him whose is the possession of the land. And all your evaluations are to be according to the shekel of the set apart place. 20 dirhams. Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. So, go ahead.
And all your evaluations are to be according to the shekel of the set apart place. 20 dirhams to the shekel.
Okay. All right. So 14 through 25 is the vow of property. Vows of property. Houses and land. Okay. Everybody following along here, all right? Any questions, comments, or thoughts on this?
So before these laws that Yahuwah places on them, was there no laws of any of that? Like among anybody, it was more like wild west. You just like come, kill the people, take their homes, and
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the Gentile nations were just doing what they wanted to do. You know, I mean, Israel was in bondage at Mitzrayim in Egypt, you know, but yeah, I mean, the Gentile nations were very barbaric, and they were pretty much going to war, and they would just invade and they'd kill all the men, and, you know, take.
But for example, in Mitzrayim, all the people that live there, like they, I guess, if there is like, do we know if there's records of like, you know, social systems where they actually have housing and how they, or all the property was Pharaoh's property? And because here he is kind of giving them, like the land is his, but he's giving them some sort of ownership to be able to trespass it, to sell it, you know. Like
yeah, he's giving them stewardship over the land where Pharaoh did not. You know. So Pharaoh owned everything, you know. And of course they were slaves when they were there. So they couldn't, they weren't, slaves weren't allowed to own anything. But neither were the Egyptians, as far as I can tell. I think they had to pay rent to Pharaoh. You know what I mean? As far as I can tell. Yeah. Usually under a monarchy or a dictatorship like that, everything belongs to the king, you know, or the pharaoh, wherever.
Should I continue?
Yeah, no such thing as private property. It's kind of like what they're trying to do to us, you know, trying to weed out private property rights, you know. Getting pretty good at it. High taxes are going up, you know, make you pay rent for what you own, on what you own. It's getting pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, even at this point, if you don't pay your property taxes for a couple of years, they can.
Yeah, they can take
it home. They can take it.
Yeah, for what you owe. I mean, that's ridiculous. You know, you work your whole life and pay it off, and then you still got to pay property tax on something that you own. That don't sound right to me. There's something wrong with that.
Then you don't really own it then.
Yeah, you really don't own it, do you? All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Hi, Jonathan. Glad to meet you. All right. All right. Let's just continue on then.
26. However, a firstborn of the beast, which is firstborn to Yahuwah, no man sets it apart. Whether bull or sheep, it belongs to Yahuwah. And if among the unclean beast, then he shall ransom it according to your evaluation, and shall add 1/5 to it. And if it is not redeemed, then it shall be sold according to your evaluation. However, whatever a man lays under ban for Yahuwah of all that he has, man and beast, or the field of his possession, is not sold or redeemed. Whatever is laid under ban is most set apart to Yahuwah. No one under the ban among men, is ransomed, but shall certainly be put to death. And all the tithe of the land, of the seed of the land, or of the fruit of the tree belongs to Yahuwah. It is set apart to Yahuwah. If a man indeed redeems any of his tithes, he adds 1/5 to it. And the entire tithe of the herd and of the flock, all that passes under the rod, the tent, one is set apart to Yahuwah. He does not inquire whether it is good or spoiled, nor does he exchange it. And if he exchanges it at all, then both it and one exchange for it are set apart. It is not redeemed. These are the commands which Yahuwah commanded Moshe for the children of Israel on Mount Sinai.
All right. Thanks, Oz. Okay. So 26 through 29 is things under the ban.
Right.
Oh, it would be things under the ban. And then 30 to the end there, or at least a 33, is tithing. It's tithes or tithing. Okay. So this chapter 27 underlines that everything belongs to Yahuwah and highlights the set apartness of making commitments or vows to Yahuwah. Extremely important. Pretty self-explanatory. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on this chapter 27? So the ban would be anything that they set apart or devoted, no matter what it was, people, animals, property, whatever, belonged permanently to Yahuwah. It was put under his ban, under his authority, his flag, his ownership. It could not be redeemed. It could not be sold. It could not be bought back or reversed. It was permanent. So you had to be careful if you were doing any type of, vows to Yahuwah, man. It was serious. But really, I think the moral of the story here is that everything belongs to Yahuwah. And it just highlights his set apartness, really. And how important and serious it was to make a commitment or vow to Yahuwah, because it could not be sold, bought back, or reversed or anything. It was a permanent done deal, man. Okay. So there you go. Leviticus is over. We've reached the end. And congratulations to everybody that stayed with us and studied Leviticus to the end. Yeah, it was a great study, and not as bad as we thought, right? Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on Leviticus at all? Anything at all about the whole in the book of Leviticus? Anything at all? We're going into Numbers next week. We'll start Numbers. Anybody got any thoughts, comments, questions on Leviticus?
So, what's the plan after the Tanakh? Are we just doing the Tanakh, and what's the plan after?
You mean the Torah? We already did the prophets.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're doing the Tanakh right now. So
the Torah. And the prophet, we did the prophets, now we're doing the Torah. After that, the only thing really is left is the writings. There's a few other things here, like Judges and Kings and
Psalms and Proverbs.
Those are writings, yeah. I mean, I'm saying besides the writings, there's some other things, mostly history. I don't know. I mean, I'm planning on just finishing it, what they call the Old Testament.
Okay. Cool.
I just want to read them all. And once we do that, we've actually, it's at least the ones that have been with me from the beginning, we've totally studied the entire scriptures together. I mean, we're getting close. We're getting there. So after that, I don't know. Let's see what Yahuwah wants to do. But that's a long time. We still got a lot of studying to do here. Some of it's, I mean, once in a while you'll hit a chapter. There's a chapter just about in every book that is very in depth, and it takes a long time to just get through that one chapter. But most of them are self-explanatory. I mean, we don't spend a whole lot of time on it. Like we spent more time on chapter 23 than we did all the other chapters combined today. It's just the way it goes. So sometimes you run across a chapter like that, and then sometimes there's really not a whole lot to talk about. It's just clear and self-explanatory. Like this one here. I mean, it's 27. All right. So no more questions, thoughts, or comments. How about last night's study? Anybody? Anything on that? Thoughts, comments, questions on last night? No? Anybody disagree with women being special? You disagree with that, Joe? No? How about you, Oz? You disagree with it? The women are special? You disagree with that? Comment?
Sorry, I missed the study last night.
Oh. Let's see. All right. I don't know. I guess you guys anything you want to talk about before we get off of here? Time to go? All right. I guess it's time to go, Joe.
Oh, well.
All right.
Okay.
Wait, can we wait for Talitha? She's coming back for a second. I know she likes to be part of that blessing. So I guess you guys have a Super Bowl. Somebody wrote down like Happy Super Bowl weekend. Is that like a big thing in the U.S.? It's like to celebrate.
Is this Super Bowl weekend? You could have fooled me. It must be. I don't know. Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, the 8th.
The 8th.
These things are all rigged. You have to look at it like that.
I believe that.
They are all into those secret societies. They join that when they get into it.
I mean,
Same thing.
Their commercials are super satanic, or like their, mid-time shows, like they're like super satanic.
Yeah.
Watching.
When Beyonce did it a few years back, you could see her change manifest on stage. her face looked, I saw pictures afterwards. I didn't watch the thing, but I saw pictures of her afterwards, and it was like, wow, you could just see the manifestation. Yeah.
To what? To a demon?
She's got something she's said it before, that there is a demon that's in her. She's called something else. They don't call it a demon, but it is a demon.
Yeah. What's up, Phyllis?
I do have a question about last night's program.
Oh.
Where did this title "Burnt Out" fit in?
In my mind, my brain's burnt out, man.
Thank you, Phyllis. I wondered that myself.
Did you get the hit, man? I'm burned out. Nah, it's it's just an old saying that we used to say back in the day. These kids nowadays, they got these sayings. They say stuff and I don't know what it means. You know what I mean? What's that mean? I think the other day, Sophie said, what should she say? Oh, I was just sitting on the playground teeing. You guys know what that means? Yeah. Yeah, we're sitting on the playground teeing. I'm like, teeing? What's that mean? What you talking about? You took the teapot? No, it just means sitting around in a group, hanging out in a group. That's what it means.
Talking. That's what the T is. Talking. Wow.
Sitting around teeing, I'm thinking, what? So, I mean, every generation's got weird things, but that's what we used to say, burn out, I mean, this means getting, tired or whatever. But the whole point was, don't burn yourself out because you have to endure to the end. That was the whole point. Yeah, Rick says it means chilling. See, he knows. Some people know these new words. I don't. He says it means chilling.
But then why isn't it? Why wasn't? Why didn't she say that they were seeing instead of a teeing?
I don't know. These kids come up with this stuff. They had, back when my grandson was in school, they would say sick. They say, man, that's sick. And I'm like, what? Sick? What are you talking about? I guess that means cool, Like we used to say, that's cool. They say, well, man, that's sick. So I mean, whatever.
Earlier that you touched on I don't know who brought it up. I can't remember. Somebody brought up Mary Magdalene. I can't remember why it was brought up. But it's funny because just before you spoke about her, I was reading John 20:15, and just before you spoke about her, because I was just reviewing that, she confused Yahusha as to be the gardener, right? Because, I mean, just to simplify the conversation, because I was just talking earlier the other day with Chance too about he was identifying certain things that Yahusha did are compared to back in Genesis. But then I was telling him, hey, I found this other one, which is, that Mary Magdalene confusing with the gardener, because now he has full authority of the garden again, once that he has actually ascended. Anyway, just find it interesting that you brought up that while I was also looking it up at the same time. We usually don't bring Mary Magdalene so often to the conversation.
Oh, wow.
I think she played a much bigger part, even than what the little bit that they put in there.
Don't tell me you believe that she was his wife.
No, I'm talking about just period.
There's a lot of people out there try to say she was Yahusha's wife and they had kids. I'm like, man, get out of town.
Oh yeah, and they went to India. He became actually like a monk, and it's like, no, they take it like super far.
Oh yeah, they try to kind of foreshadow Muhammad, I guess, what they're doing. Like he was a prophet rather than the Messiah.
But why did you bring her up? I can't remember today.
She was the first one to see Yahusha resurrected.
Oh yeah, that's what you were saying.
Wasn't she also the first one that was brought into the fold for the that he spoke to, and he delivered her before the other people?
I think so, yeah.
So that's twice that she was first.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a deep subject, boy.
But then you got Martha, and Martha didn't really, she was there and did stuff, but she was kind of tending to the carnal stuff. So,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was busy doing other things rather than studying about Yahusha, talking to Yahusha. She was busy doing other things. She was busying herself with worldly concerns, whereas Mary was focused on him. So that's right. There's a really powerful thing too. Really,
mhm.
I think that's kind of like what we're talking about today. Being focused on Yahuwah on the Sabbath. Instead of yourself. Same kind of thing. A lot of people don't get that far with the Sabbath. They just think they're supposed to rest, and that's what the day's about. Is laying around and being lazy. And it's not really. It's the opposite. Supposed to have zeal, be zealous for Yahuwah, man, on the Sabbath. Supposed to be a day you look forward to, a day to delight, celebration. You get to go home, be with your father, go to your father's house and be with your relatives type thing, Not hide from the world and be lazy. That's a misconception. But that's what we're taught from being little kids. And so it's hard to get stuff out of your head, It's been pumped in there for so long. You've been badgered with it for so many years, it's hard to get it out, But I think about the only way that can deprogram your mind really is Yahuwah. Pretty ingrained, man. When they get you as a child, before the age of 4, especially, you're pretty ingrained, man. Hard to get it out. That's what I liked about fossilized custom. It deprogrammed you. It really does. It really does. The more you read it, the more it deprogram you. So I see it kind of like a deprogramming program. Have you ever read Fossilized Customs, Oz? Have you read that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. You and Talitha both have read it?
I haven't.
You have not read it?
Not yet.
I did, and I gave it to a friend of mine. I was telling you last week, and that was like a big break point for him.
Yeah.
Like it really helped to crack it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it does. It's a good book to have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Here's the problem here too. Once your mind gets deprogrammed, it's easy because it leaves a void. It's easy to put stuff back in there. So you got to be real careful what you put back in. That's where a lot of people make their mistake. They get deprogrammed, but then they start filling that void back up, programming themselves with more garbage, and then before you know it, they're in even more trouble. I think that's why they do that. You see them go off the deep end, because they just didn't reprogram their mind with the right stuff after it was deprogrammed. And it took them off into a bad direction. Anything else? Sandra, what you being so quiet about, girl? I see you over there scratching your chin. What you thinking about?
I'm just listening and learning. It's like what you were saying last night about can't believe every wind of doctrine that's out there. And they got to win the doctrine about every word that has come out of the mouth of the Father to snare us. So that's why we have to be careful on the scripture said, be careful what you hear and how you hear. It's right. I was let me see how to say it. I was witnessing to someone about the first day of creation. The first thing he created was light. And then I was saying his body of light. But they got a group of people out there that's denoting the phrase body of light to something demonic. So it's like the devil puts everything that's of the truth and he puts a little poison in it. And it makes people not want to hear the truth because they think it's just because that thought has been programmed into someone else and they got a doctrine out there for it. That doesn't mean you can't say that phrase together just because it's not specifically written in the scripture, because it's a scripture that is in there says that he was looking for a body. And I just don't know it verbatim. When he was looking for a body, he was looking for a body to put himself into to present to people. So just because it's not in the phrase body of light doesn't mean that he calls his assembly his body. And then in Psalm 103, he says he robed himself in light. So what you need a robe for is a covering for something. And so you can just go to an extreme of a tangent of negativity any way you want to at any time. And we can't just let everything that's of the truth be taken and given to people that divine and witchcraft and such like that. So I've come to that conclusion, like everything he's created is his creation. And he said it was good when he created it. So that's what, just because somebody put a demonic spin on it, that's the devil poison in the waters. To me, I don't know.
Funny thing, me and June was talking about that a couple weeks back, that in day 2, he says everything is good. Matter of fact, in day 3, he says it was good twice in day 3, but in day 2, he doesn't say it was good. You ever notice that? It doesn't say it under day 2. Yeah, go to day 2.
Notice that.
Yeah, go to day 2 and read it. You'll see. And so day 3 says it was good twice. Day 2 doesn't say it was good at all. And I think June probably figured out why. But, after we talked about that, I was kind of studying on that a little bit. And I realized that at the end of the 6th day, it says Yahuwah looked at all that he had made, and it was very good. And so day 2 would be included in that statement, But We can't hear you, Sandra.
So it says, and Elohim Elohim made space, separated the Mayim which were under the space from the Mayim which was above the space, and it was so. And Elohim called the space Shamaim, and there was evening, and there was morning, the second young. Okay.
See? So he doesn't say
Didn't say
it was
it
good.
was good.
Okay, June. Now tell him why you thought that he didn't do that.
Well, I was thinking that he didn't do that because on that day was when he created the heavenly messengers, and Hashatan was one of those heavenly messengers. And he knew ahead of time that he would be coming to be the adversary, that he would be his adversary. So that was my thinking on that.
Yeah. And I thought, yeah,
That's
she's
good.
spot on because
That's good.
first day he made the light, right? And the byproduct darkness came along. And then on the second day, the second thing he created, the first thing was a body for himself. The second thing was the messengers, which included Hashatan. And so maybe that is why he didn't call it good, right? And so that's what she was talking about. But now go read where day 6 is. Read the last paragraph in chapter 1. I think it's chapter verse 31 or whatever. The last verse in chapter 1.
And Elohim saw all that he had made, and see, it was very good. And there came to be evening, and there came to be morning, the sixth yom.
Yeah, see where he says all, A-L-L. I kept studying it and studying it. I'm saying, is that just talking about day 6? And I'm thinking, no, it says everything, all that Yahuwah had made was very good. And I said, no, that includes everything. So that must include days 2 in there. Yeah, I don't know. What do you think of that, Jen?
Well, I did notice that too. Of course, you know, you get, it's crazy when you're writing things for children that you really have to get deep, because I don't want to write anything that's not from Yahuwah.
You ain't
So,
good.
and then I'm praying that he shows me as a child, and that helps. But yeah, when I saw that, I said, well, he said everything was good. I don't know his purpose for that written there in that specific one on day 2, but I do trust that everything he made was good. I know that much.
Well, was is the past tense too. Keep in mind, was good. In other words, when he first made Shaitan, he was good, but then he turned bad.
That's true, Sandra.
Yeah, it's interesting. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions y'all want to talk about? Anything at all?
I had something this week. I was doing the video that's got the crow in it, a raven in it, and the verse on it. It's the Noah's verse where he sends out the raven and then he sends out the dove, and that would be the darkness going out and then the light being the dove. And the raven goes to and fro. That's what the devil does, is goes to and fro in scripture. So I thought that was interesting this week.
Yeah. You know that Leviticus 23, and we just got done studying?
Mm.
That kind of coincides with Psalms 23. You know that number 23? There's a lot to that number in Hebrew. Look at this. Thank you for not littering your mind with religion. That's pretty cool, huh?
I wonder if they have one about recycling.
Oh yeah, I got one here somewhere about recycling. If I could find it. They got so much stuff here. It's hard to find stuff. Yeah. Some of the stuff on here hurts my eyes when I look at it. You ever look at something that hurts your eyes? Mm-hmm. What else we got going on, somebody? Anybody got anything to say? Phyllis? You got something to say, Phyllis? You're usually good for something.
No.
Not today, huh? All right. Yeah, I don't see it. I knew I wouldn't be able to find it. Oh well.
It's weird. Look at my picture on here has gone to where it's just that line.
What?
See how it is? It's not the whole picture.
I see you, Roz.
We
You
see
see
it all.
me? On
Yeah.
mine, it's just but I have to send this computer back. It's an iPad and it's not doing well. And I've only had it 2.5 weeks now. So it's doing weird things.
I'd send it back then.
I am.
It's only been 2.5 weeks.
Yeah. When I went to go make some memes yesterday, it was like, now my 2019 I've dropped several times and it will have a funny look to it. It's like it's trying to connect, but it's not connecting. And it did that with this new one that's never been dropped, never anything, no fingers touching it or anything. And so that's why I knew that I have to send it back.
Yeah, it looked good from here. I mean, well, I'm saying you look all right.
Yeah.
You guys seen her full picture? I am. I mean, I don't know. What's it do when I do this?
Oh, it's
That-
fine there. But this,
That's full blown picture there.
see in the middle how it's got it? Just the line.
Oh yeah.
It's weird
That's
how
what-
it did it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's something wrong with that, Ross.
Yeah. It's the computer. It does
Must
that
be
with
the-
my TikTok too.
I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing your
Yeah.
full picture.
It's weird.
That is weird. Maybe you have to open it up or something in there or whatever.
I tried. That's why I cut it off and then put it back on and it still stayed the same. So I figured y'all were seeing it the same way.
No.
But I
no,
noticed
Are y'all seeing
Yeah.
her like that? I'm not.
Well, in the other view, everyone's pictures look large and alike,
Landscape.
but hers looks kind of like, ours looks more landscape, but on my
Well-
view, you look like a snapshot, like a,
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks
That's
it's on her-
because it's up and down
you're
instead of being sideways. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's always been like that. But that was the first time it's ever done that with the line on it. So I know there's something wrong with this computer. So it's good I took a picture of it.
Yeah, I'd send it back. It's
Yeah.
only 2 years old. You
Yeah.
should mess. Yeah, I'm so sorry, but I just cannot find it. One of these days, I got to clean these pictures up, man. I got way too many. It's hard to find anything. Unless I'm not looking for it, then I see it, you know.
Mm.
Oh, well. Sorry about that. I can't find it. I did find this, though. Let's see.
Shabbat Shalom.
Say it again.
Shabbat Shalom.
How's that? Are we supposed to be cannibalistic? Does this mean to be cannibals? Or
No, it doesn't.
vampire?
The flesh would be the scripture, wouldn't it?
Yeah, what is that? What do you guys think that is? What's the flesh?
The scripture, reading it.
My flesh is true food. All right. So that's the manna from heaven would be the scriptures of truth. Yeah. So in my blood is true drink. What is that? What'd that be?
The living water.
Yeah. My blood would be the living water. And so to drink, it would be the Ruach HaKodesh, immersion of the Ruach. The living waters. Yeah.
You always got out of that.
Shabbat Shalom.
Oh, Shabbat Shalom. I always got out of that. Yahusha's the Torah made flesh. So when you eat Yahusha's flesh, you're eating the Torah that's made flesh. You know what I mean? So it'd be like the word.
Yeah. The manna from heaven, he said.
This little girl knows all of her commands already.
Oh, I don't believe it. Let me hear you.
All right,
say
well, teach them. Teach them. What's number one?
What?
I am
What
Yahuwah.
I am Yahuwah. No other mighty one gets my face. Number 2, you do not bow to me images. Number 3, you don't believe the name of Yahuwah. I will ruin. Number 4,
Remember.
just curse crush. 6 days you work, on the 7th day you rest.
Whoa, number 5.
And number 5, respect mother and father.
Number 6.
Number 6, you do not murder.
Whoa, number 7.
Number 7, you do not commit adultery.
Number 8.
Number 8, steal.
Number 9.
And you do not bear skin brothers and sisters.
Whoa, and 10.
10, you do not covet.
And what is that called?
The 10 laws of life.
What else?
I teach us how to do good.
We show Yahuwah we love him.
By obeying.
Whoa.
I teach us how to do.
Is it called the
everlasting covenant?
Whoa, I see they're all clapping for you. Can you say hallelujah?
Hallelujah.
I love you, Abba Yahuwah.
Hallelujah. Wow.
That's good, man.
We do them a couple times a day. Huh?
How old is she?
She just turned 5.
5 years
She knows
old.
more. She knows more than most adults. So we're on point here. Yeah, who has got his hand upon her heavy? This is his daughter for sure.
Yeah, much. So she's a lot smarter than me. She knows more than me.
She teaches me.
Yes. How'd you get so smart, girl? You got the Ruach? The Ruach's got to be helping you. That's got to be what it is.
Yeah, it was in my body.
Woo! I'm blowing my mind.
Yeah, she's all shy. Are you shy now? Yeah. Okay, be brave. Be courageous. Yahuwah has called her Yashriela.
Oh. She don't look too shy to me.
Can I say Izzy to them?
Hmm?
Can I say Izzy?
What? What is Izzy? You're Yashriela.
Yeah, but my middle name is called Izzy. Yeah, but guess what?
You say thank you, Jude, for the book.
Thank you, June, for the book.
That's Jude right there.
You're welcome, Yasharella.
Oh, you just got her. She went shy real quick there. You melt like a little popsicle. You just like a little popsicle.
My dad looks like I will look like a little popsicle.
Maybe this is the generation seeking Yahuwah.
That could be. Then again, maybe we'll be led by children. Children like her.
Like I said, she's already teaching me.
Hey, guess what? I am going to grandma's.
Oh.
Going to grandma. That's a cool place to be.
What day is it today?
Just Shabbat.
Oh, yeah. See, I tell you, she teaches me. She said, Dad, you're not going to work today. And I said, oh, what? Oh, yeah? It's a Shabbat. I said, okay.
Yeah, but my dad always scratch my back all the time. and he always want me to scratch his back.
Well, he said, scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. But she just seems to get her back scratched, and I don't ever get mine done. So I don't know what the deal. That's kind of a crappy deal, if you ask me. It's a pretty crappy deal.
That's how my name's looking.
Should we mix it up? Okay, what is number 6?
6 murder.
What is number 2?
2 boundaries.
What is 7?
7 idolatry.
She got me there. She already got me.
Oh yeah, very tricky.
Number 4.
Class.
What?
We should buy class. 6 days you work, on 7th day you rest.
Good job. Good job.
I love you, Daddy.
Love you too.
I bet you can drop me off at grandma's.
Daddy's gonna stay right here until Shabbat is over. When does Shabbat end?
Okay.
When does it end? When the sun
is down.
Oh, good job.
I'm very smart.
You are very smart.
I'm really
Oh, I
smart.
got one for you. Here you go. Here's one for you. I haven't seen this one in a long time.
Yeah.
Speedy Go.
Yeah. Who's a He can make the trees and the leaves and make it snowing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here we go. Check this out. Abolish means to formally put an end to. Why are they saying fulfill means the
What's
same?
that?
It's a picture. Oh, Daddy's son.
That's a puzzle. This is a puzzle. Can we figure it out?
I have a new duck.
That's a good question. Hard one.
They, so what are they trying to push? We don't have to obey our creator anymore? You mean we don't have to do good anymore?
Oh,
Lost their mind.
So what do you say when you tell somebody, yeah, they teach that the Ten Commandments are abolished and or they're just for the Jews only, they're part of the Old Testament, and that doesn't pertain to us. And then they say, I've never heard them teach that before. They've never said that. I've never heard any preacher say that. Then what do you say?
That they're sugarcoating the words. That they're not giving them the full truth. They're sugarcoating it. I also tell them that anything that's not being done as scripture is pure lawlessness.
You know, for me, when I deal with people like that, I try to lay a new foundation that it's around obedience and put a new, it's the knowledge of good and evil. Our creator wants us to do good, and I kind of leave religion out of the deal, because as soon as I bring up religion and attack that, I lose them. But if I can teach them that the Torah, the everlasting covenant, is the knowledge of good and evil, they're like, huh. You give them a new perspective, and it's like, oh yeah, that's, you got to learn how to do good.
You got my money? Well, anything else you don't want to talk about? I don't know.
I had a dude leave a message, and he said when he heard the name of Yahuwah, he was having like a tough day, and the sun shined right through his window and right on him the moment he started to hear the name of Yahuwah. And he knew at that point he was really the message he sent, this witness, I was pretty blown away by it, because he said he was in darkness and he heard the name of Yahuwah, and Yahuwah like parted the clouds for him and shined upon him the light, and it was like there was no sun all day long, and Yahuwah shined right upon him through his window, right on his body. The moment, I don't know, it was a pretty cool witness. I was pretty blown away. I said, hallelujah, Barak Yahuwah, for that. Abba Yahuwah is working, always working, hearing us, capturing us, taking us, guarding us, covering us, always.
Does anybody know where the world's largest cross is? The world's largest crucifix.
Well,
Where's it
that's
at?
kind of a trick question, because isn't it in South America where they have the big JC statue that has the arms out like this?
No,
That's a cross.
it's a cross. It's way up on top of a mountain.
Mm-hmm.
And that's funny how when they put the arms straight, horizontal, it does make a cross.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why they do it, obviously. Now it's in the UAE. There it is. Yeah. Cross building. United Arab Emirates, right? Yeah. Crazy, huh? Never would have thought it'd be in an Arab country. X marks the spot.
They had somebody earlier today that said that the cross was an open box. I had never
open
heard that
box?
before. Yeah. When it's laid out, and you close it up, it becomes a box.
I've never heard that before. That's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
There's that other one you was talking about.
Yeah.
Supposed to be the J-Man, I guess.
It is. But many times it gets hit by lightning.
Something else up there. See right there? Looks like satellite or radio antennas and stuff right there.
So a cross isn't an open box, but an open box is a cross. Because depending on the cross, the dimensions of the cross, it wouldn't be able to fold into a box. But if you take a box and lay it flat, it would be a cross.
I've never heard that.
I see what you mean, but this person actually said that the cross was that.
Yeah, but that's false.
Yeah.
This guy here disagrees with you on that. I'll show him too. This guy here disagrees with you.
Oh my goodness. What is that?
That's Pope Benedict, man.
Do you think that's an actual picture, or do you think that that's been touched up?
It's actual.
Wow.
That's real. I remember seeing him look like that on TV.
Well, there's that Christian mega church man that's like that too, that you can see it in his face.
Who?
I can't think of his name.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
The guy
He's
who
older.
The reporter came closer.
Yes, that one. Yes.
Airplane. He has like a airstrip behind his house.
Yeah.
Something Copeland.
Here he is.
What do you say? We don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities.
And his
Remember
eyes,
when he's saying that?
You know,
yeah. Did you see him drink the blood?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
They did it out their hand, and they pressed it in there and
drank the blood.
These people in his church, man, they were talking about drinking the blood of Yahusha, and
this dude was doing it. Look at him.
No, that can't be real.
That one's added. That's been manipulated.
Hey, that.
Yeah. You can see that head's been added onto there.
Look at his feet.
Man, that is awful, man. Man.
Talking about blood drinkers, and there's one.
You know, I'd like to interject a little bit of something here. Our son went to a $500,000 wedding in Memphis. And he said that the bride was devout Catholic, and he was marrying a guy who was just a regular guy. And so they went to this huge place to get married. I'm not even sure where it was that they were, but they actually divided the congregation that came in by whether Catholic or other. And so I'm getting some talk back here. Maybe it's Roz. I don't know. Maybe I'll get that. But they divided them up, each one on each side. And then our son, he said, I've never seen such. He said, Mom, I have never seen anything. I've never witnessed anything like this in my life. He said it was just anything and everything you could think of. They had incense and throwing bells and stuff, and they actually made the groom stand over to the side away from the bride so that they could do all this, whatever it was they did. And he said it went on and on and on, and everybody's thinking, how long is this going to be? And it went on like 2 hours for her side. And then he said, well, when they got ready for the groom, who is just a nobody, that they just pulled him over there and just real quick, like, said what they needed to say. And then it was all over. And he said, he said, Mom, it was just like, it was like it was just this big thing, just read. And he said, we couldn't understand a word of it. But he said their side of the congregation was treated like royalty, and we were just the leftovers. That we were just treated like we were the leftovers. But he was, you know, I guess he was impressed by, you know, it was just wild, the money they spent on this wedding. But, you know, and I was telling him, I said, oh my goodness, he says, it was this and it was this. And I said, well, they were probably doing this and they were doing this. I said, I would have left. But I don't know what they were doing, but he said that was the wildest wedding. Now, if you know our son and his wife, they go to a wedding every month. They're just, you know, those kind of people. They're at a wedding every month. So this wedding was really outside the box for him. He just couldn't understand what was going on.
Now you can see how the husband is going to be treated once he gets back off the honeymoon, how he's going to be treated by the family and everybody around. That's sad.
Yeah, she's got a Catholic rod waiting for him.
Yeah, so that generally they make them become Catholic before they even allow them to get married.
Well, I had brought that up to him, so I couldn't understand why, you know, unless he just absolutely refused. I don't understand those workings behind this.
Maybe that was part of it. Maybe that's why they did all that crazy stuff, because he wouldn't commit to being Catholic, so they did all that voodoo to him. Maybe, who knows?
No, I wondered that myself.
Kind of weird, huh? Well, you guys recognize these people? You know who these people are? Y'all know who that is? Anybody know who those people are? Huh? That's my nieces. You didn't see the family resemblance? Oh, man. I'm cracking myself up here. Oh, wow. Ooh. I don't think we won't even look at that one. Ugh. Nasty. Anything else, y'all? Anybody want to talk about? We ran Phyllis off. Somebody made her mad. I don't know who made her mad, but she gone. Come back, Phyllis. Don't leave us by ourselves.
Hey, my daughter, I bought her this like rock. You know, it's like an archaeology thing where you get a chisel and you just knock out some putty or whatever. There's this little sapphire right here. A little sapphire stone. Blue. Isn't that pretty cool? It's a sapphire.
Where'd you get it from?
So they got this National Geographic like chiseling set. You get a hammer and a chisel and you do like a dig. And she was digging through all this stuff and it was like a sapphire stone buried in there.
Oh, okay. That's pretty cool.
I know. I immediately I was looking at it and I was like, man, it's blue like it's like a really dark blue. It's like beautiful.
Yeah, minerals are kind of strange, man, because they don't look like they do after, when they polish them up and cut them and all that, in the raw, natural form. You can't even hardly tell that's what they are. Looks really weird, man. So yeah, they have to cut that and polish it and all kinds of stuff to make it look like it does when it's jewelry, Phyllis says she got dropped off.
Chance, these are the calendars that puts out. What I did was I had gotten it out for, and I just went through my. I wanted to practice to go through myself. And I was really excited when it helps you to practice and know when those days come when you count down. So I really enjoyed doing that because I just kind of needed to prove to myself that I could find those appointed times on my own without someone else, showing me or writing them down. And I was real pleased with that. It was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be, but I really enjoyed that. And it's really helpful. It kind of helps you to get in your mind how the Hebrew calendar works compared to our calendar. So it's a neat thing to pick up and go through and do that.
I just palaled to Abba Yahuwah about that, getting an understanding because I want to observe and worship him, and I just did a palal to him about that, and
I can't hear him.
I can hear you, Chance. I don't know.
So yeah, it's interesting that you're bringing that up. I'll probably end up buying one of those. The most important, if I can find the first day of the year, then I could do a count from that day and pretty much find every single one of the appointed times when it gets close. Just keep a count of the day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, all the way on up. But you found that at Tourzone? Tourzone?
Yes.
Okay.
It's definitely something between Phyllis's computer and my computer. It goes in and out when she's, like when she leaves, it'll throw mine off.
I don't know what's happening. It's StreamYard something, I don't know what's going on with them. To get overloaded or what, but
It wasn't like that till I got this computer.
Maybe.
And then it started. Last week was the first week that I used it. So I think it has to do with that.
Yeah. Well, like I say, Chance, that spring equinox is always on March 20th or March 21st. Okay. That's your first clip. And
I wrote that down too. I wrote that down today when you told me. Yeah.
The new moon nearest to it is usually the one that starts the year. But when you count, it has to make sure that Passover unleavened bread has to start on the 15th of Abib. It has to be on the full moon, so the Passover be on the 14th. So if that doesn't happen, then you're counting wrong. It's not always the one. It's not always after the spring equinox. It can be before it, but I don't get that part. But I don't think it happens too much.
Okay.
But I still don't understand how is determined the spring equinox. Is it like, because for what I understand is like you will have to see when something sprouts to see when spring really is. If you were to actually like go to Israel and see when something is sprouting after the winter, because it's like how else will they determine when the spring really starts on those days without measuring the sun, mass, and all that stuff?
It's always usually on March 20th. You know what I mean? Usually. It can be on the 21st or I think even the 19th too, I think sometimes.
But are you talking about that's the date every single year that whatever plant we're going to take as a reference is going to sprout?
Oh, here, I'll show you. Hang on a minute.
Right.
Let me see.
It's like how did they come up to that determination to determine when spring is truly starting?
Hang on a minute, I'll try to show you. I don't know if I can get this up or not. Basically, it's when the sun crosses the equator. Okay, and then this results in equal days and equal nights.
I understand, but they didn't know those things on those days. They were looking at a plant. They were looking at their harvest. They were looking at something to sprout to determine it, because that will be the only way really to determine what spring is.
They understood that. They knew that.
Yeah, but I don't think they will astrologically looking at that, because the spring really you can only determine it when either the snow has gone and you're having enough, heat, warmth, and then you have sprouts. Like now it's sprouting, the plant, the flower, the wheat, I don't know. The seed is, something sprouts that you can determine, finally, is a spring.
Well, that was part of it, yeah. I mean, yeah, that was part of it.
So my question was more like how is it determined when is that? Because so we can tell, for example, in maybe in the solstice we can tell, because the day is like longer, and in the spring, in the winter solstice, the days are so reduced. You have so much less light. But for spring, you have to determine it in a way that is like the plant nature is telling you that. No, like the tree just sprouted, or you saw a flower. Something is determining that spring has arrived. Wouldn't that be like a way to like determine it? How would they used to determine it? That it wasn't. I don't know. I don't think they will just determine it by looking at it like astrologically, or the sun for spring.
You're not the first person to say that. I heard that before. And this person was saying that it actually started sometime in January, February, somewhere in there, that when the plants started coming up, some of them started coming out of the ground and the leaves started coming onto the trees, the bud part, I know that my ash, well, my son's ash has like a different kind of it's like a fuzzy thing that comes out, and then it has a leaf come out, but it starts to emerge early. So I know what you're talking about, and I think that's how they judged it as well.
I'm just curious to know how.
They did it. They looked at a lot of different things. Okay, first, they looked at if the plants and stuff was budding and flowers were coming out and stuff like that, was an indication. But they also they had sundials and stuff. Okay, they had ways of tracking things, and they knew when there would be 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours at night, equal time. And when that happened, they knew that was the spring equinox. That's how they know, and that's what they would do. I mean, they were the Hebrew were pretty good at astrology, and they traveled the world, man. They were pretty good with that stuff. But that's one of the way they did it when there was 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night, and the plants and everything were budding. Then they knew that it was springtime, you know. And that's how they would tell when they were in the month of Abib, the New Year started to them. So with those two things, that was the main reason how they did it, you know. So that's what the spring equinox is. That's what that means. It means equal night and equal day. That's what that means. 12 hours daylight, 12 hours of night. So when that happened, they knew it was the equinox had come. Yeah. If that doesn't happen, I mean, we don't say it happens, it doesn't last too long either. Let me see if I can find something here.
Lorana put up something in the chat there about a Tekufa shadow. Have you ever heard of that? Something about it. It's a
shadow.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I've looked it up. It says it's a Talmud concept regarding the lack of shadows during the summer solstice, indicating a moment when no creation casts a shadow, symbolizing a unique celestial or spiritual alignment.
Yeah, I know it's a rapid change. So at the point of the spring equinox, the northern hemisphere begins tilting more toward the sun, and that's what gives us longer days and warmer temperatures. You know, so they knew a lot of that stuff, man, and so they were able to figure it out. You know, I don't know what that is all about. I've never ever heard of that, but probably has something to do with and the change is quick. So perhaps right when it 12 exactly equal 12 hours daylight, 12 hours at night, maybe possibly somehow the shadows shorten. I don't know. It's a very quick change. I know that. It don't stay that way that long. Yeah, a lot of different things showed that they could do to find it out, I guess. But for sure, it always happened on March 19th, 20th, or 21st. And most of the time it was on the 20th. So that was real easy for them to keep track of, you know. But of course, on the Hebrew calendar, it wasn't March, you know, it was Abib. It wasn't Abib, it was the month before Abib, the last month of the year. Yeah, I mean, and don't forget they had the barley harvest too. All right.
Yeah, that's what I was reading, that it has to do with the ripening of the barley.
I checked both of them.
It did. So about the time the barley ripened, that would confirm spring had arrived as well. Yeah. So they looked for that. A lot of different things, and when they all coincided, then they knew, you know. But they counted the days. I mean, they were good at that stuff in astrology. They were experts at it, actually. Now that calendar, though, that Jen was showing is really good to have, you know, if you want to start looking at that stuff. But man, when you go into that subject, be careful, man. Be strong, because, man, there's a lot of people out there to snatch you up, lead you down the wrong road. I mean, that's probably the biggest divider there is the calendar. You got to be real careful. Start messing with that.
Yeah, I know. I see the evidence all around me. I do all the time. That's why I'm weak in it as far as understanding how to count because Ab Yahuwah has covered me from that and just is like, when you're ready, you'll do it. You know what I mean? But it's just like, I'm not gonna get swallowed up in all that stuff right there. I see the damage all around. You know.
Yeah, it will. It's
I don't
the
know.
biggest fighter going, man.
I know. I see it all the time. And it's so people bite your head off. They'll bite you up, man. You'll get chewed up, spit. They will bite your face off with their mouth, with their words. They will chew you up, boy, and spit on you and beat on you. And
Yeah, they get real offensive when it comes to those calendars, man.
Oh yeah.
That's why I rarely talk about that subject, you know, because that don't really mean that much to me.
I just want to be able to honor and worship Yahuwah. That's all I want to be able to do, and just do it legit without any kind of nonsense behind it, anybody's opinions, and just spare me the dirt and the mud, man. I just want to be able to worship Yahuwah, so I just stay with Abba Yahuwah, man. It's just nothing but peace right there. And this guy, you see him? Look at him. Look at that little boy. Who is that?
What? Say, bro.
Yahuwah. 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 What'd you say?
What are you talking about?
Yahuwah. Yahuwah.
I do what?
Yahuwah. Yahuwah.
Yes,
I can get him to say, hey, I can get him to say Yahuwah once in a while. He'll look at me like this and be like, Yahuwah. There he goes. You heard it? He just did it. Yahuwah.
Yeah, I must have said astrology. I meant astronomy. I do that sometimes. My mind don't work right. Okay, here she's telling us. Tekufa is the point of Teshuvah. A certain begins to transition. The Shana is a repeated cycle. Yeah.
Hey.
What you talking about? What you is, man?
He said he wants the right. He said he wants the right calendar and the right appointed time now.
You better stay away from that day counting stuff, man. They'll have you looking at the sliver moon. And next thing you know, the day will be starting at daylight. And next thing you know, the times will be 2 weeks before you're supposed to, or 2 weeks after, and yeah, they'll be twisting you all up and knots. And they'll have you
Next thing you know, you'll be in year 4025.
That's right. Next thing you know, it'll be 4778.
Yeah, you're looking for flying cars, but they're not around.
Right. Next thing you know, we're time travelers. We went back instead of forward or something, you know.
Yahuwah. Yahuwah. Can you say Yahuwah? Yahuwah.
You know, there's a lot of people out there that say that we're in the micro age. You know, we're in the age of after Satan was let loose for a little while after the millennium reign. We're in that age.
I know we're definitely in a technology age because I can't pick up a walking stick and go to any assembly around me anywhere. Everything's done on YouTube or wherever the heck now. So You want a fellowship? Turn on your TV. You know, it's definitely electronic age now. If you want to reach people, you better know how to use the internet. That's for sure. But you know what? Yahuwah makes us experts every which way we go. You know, we're gonna be able to. We're overcomers, man. We're gonna adjust and be able to reach them. It's just really awkward when you're looking at a little screen this big. You're like, oh yeah, that's the world right there. I'm talking to a camera lens, and this is your access to the world. You got to really look at that little camera lens and be like, yeah, so I'm talking to the world. Hey, get out of there, boy.
The one thing we know for sure is that Yahusha knew what the true day was, what day, you know what I mean? And you can read through scripture. Every time he was in Jerusalem or going to Jerusalem, it was because of one of the festival appointed times. Every time. And so he knew the correct time to go. So he was going there, you know, and it even said he went to the synagogues on the Shabbat. So I don't think we're wrong. I mean, the Yahusha was following the same days we are. So was Paul, as far as that goes. They were all were. You know what I mean? They weren't doing the lunar calendar.
Some go to that Daniel verse where the times were changed. You know what I mean? And they go off of that, and that's a big thing where basically everybody's understanding is wrong because the verse in Daniel is our times were changed, you know, so it's
Yeah. They go over that one verse where Yahusha says that no one works at night, just works in the day. They use that quite a bit. But kind of strange because if that's true, then we're counting half day. You know, we're counting 12-hour periods as a full day, as a yom, instead of 24 hours. So that don't make any sense either.
you know what? There's one that really gets me in the book of Hanuk where it says Hanuk recorded 364 days, and I know that's a huge division right there because that if you count your year at 365, that throws everyone off right there. That's such a huge division right there. You know?
It's just maddening. I mean, it really is.
That's a bad one for a lot of people. I see that one get brought up so much where they say in the book of Hanuk, he said that there was 364 days and the calendar we use is 365. So which way do you go? And that's how they get people right there.
Yeah.
Hey, what you doing over there? What's that?
Yeah. What?
What are you doing? Get back here. You get back here. No, you say Yahuwah. Yahuwah?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody else got anything they want to say?
What do you got to say, little boy? What do you want to say? Hey, what do you want to say? I know you got something to say. You always do. All right, well, beat feet then. Beat feet. You know what? He's got all these toys, but he sees, you know, daddy's little trinkets and flashlights and pocket knives or whatever, and he just, boy, he can't get enough of my stuff. I tell you what, man, that man, everything that daddy has, that's just his pride and joy right there, man. every little trinket you could think of, all the little coins or whatever I got laying around. That's his toy. Hey, look at that boy right there. What are you doing over there? What are you doing? Why are you messing with my stuff, man? Don't mess with your own stuff.
Hey, you want to be something to be thankful for? Huh? Would y'all like to have something to be thankful for? Be thankful you don't live here. Yeah.
Ooh, it's like Brazil.
I'd like to
Man.
live there.
Is that Brazil?
That'd be insane, wouldn't it? They're
Mark,
talking
is
about
that
the end-time population explosion is what's causing this.
I mean, that's how half the world lives, actually.
1, 2,
This is third world, man.
and
let's go.
2 cards. And your turn, Mama.
I'd say this is probably
All right, go on. Let's go. Go. No, you gotta go.
end-time world population explosion, making these type of areas. Crazy, huh? Told you. Be thankful you don't live there. Whew. That's got to be rough.
I got one here, Mark. Check this one out. Atayash harua shalkal hayim. Yahuwah, you are the breath of all life. Atayash harua shalkal hayim. Yahuwah, you are the breath of all life. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
It sounds really cool. I've been working on it. I'm trying to put my words together to speak fluently, and Ab Yahuwah has been working with me. I'm getting there.
Yeah. It's nice to be able to speak another language, man. Here's what we were talking about today. The Natsarim Awakening 2008. The lion roared.
2008 is when I woke up. He started waking me up in 2007. But by 2008, I was obeying the commandments and doing all the feast.
Cool. Where you been, Jim?
I've been looking for you guys.
Oh, this is freaked out now. Well, I'll show y'all something. They say that they were able to see this through telescope. You ever see that before? This object appeared up in the sky. They spotted it with the telescope, and they ditched it. Didn't show it to the public. You think that is? Really strange, isn't it? Looks like a dragon to me. Look, see here? Here's the head, the jaw. Here's the mouth, the nostril. Almost kind of looks like a horse in a way with wings. Here's a wing. Here's a wing. But sort of looks like a horse. And this right here even looks like a bridle and some reins right here going around his neck. Almost looks like a horse.
Shabbat shalom, everyone. We gotta go.
Bye.
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 Love you guys.
Love you too.
You still feeding them chickens, man?
Sorry?
Are you still feeding the chickens?
Yeah, I have to go and close the door.
Oh, okay. You still got the chickens going on good?
Yeah,
Surviving?
they don't produce much. All right.
Well, they're not going to this time of year. They will in the spring, though.
I sure hope so. Otherwise,
Oh, they will.
I already told them.
They don't do it this time of year.
Well, it's either you give me eggs or you going to the pot. Yeah.
Put them in the pot, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah, all right.
Anyway,
Okay.
you guys have a good
first action
beginning of the week.
is going to be
Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
build. And I'm going to build using 3 woods.
All right, you guys. I'm ready to get out of here, Joe. You ready?
When you are.
I am. You guys can stay on if you want. I'm going to dip.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Yukaba b'shem Yahuwah.
Hallelujah.
Please,
We love you.
see you, Mark.
Love you too.
I love you all.
Bye, y'all. See ya.
Shalom.
Beautiful family, Chance.
You too.
See y'all next week. So long, Natsarim. We love W.